How's everybody doing? Welcome in. Anybody who's watching. All right, so what we're going to do here is going to continue on with the KiNG NiCO versus Culture Catz. Just going to finish off that, see how that goes, and we're going to go from there. So let's just get to it here. Not have any in the chat yet, but you know what? Just going to keep putting these out and see how it goes. All right, so we're going to crack on. This is a queued up where we're up to, and we're going to crack on here. So I think we went back to the back and forth here. So this is more open discussion back and forth after all this stuff. So if you haven't seen the first stream, watch the first stream, and then we crack on from here. But it's KiNG NiCO here, Flat Earther, and this is Culture Catz, guy from UK, and he's actually a former teacher. So I think he still teaches, but.
Right, I'm going to unlock both microphones now. So, NiCO, you are now unmuted as well. Third stage can commence when you want. Please, like I said, I'm sure you will do, conduct it civilly, let the other person speak and finish speaking before you jump in. If there's lag, then obviously try and account for that. So, away you go, gentlemen.
NiCO, I'll pass it over to you first. You are the guest on the show, and I've just been speaking for ages, so take.
So, I mean, I could tell a dad joke, but there's a guy in the chat that could probably tell better ones than I do. And there he is. That's really quick. Thank you for saving me there, Catz.
Sorry about that. I think the internet probably put it back a little bit, so we'll crack on here. Not too far back.
Sorry, what was that? I've just put my earphone in.
I didn't say anything of any note. Don't worry about it. Like always. Right, I'm going to unlock both microphones now. So, NiCO, you are now unmuted as well. Third stage can commence when you want. Please, like I said, I'm sure you will do, conduct it civilly, let the other person speak and finish speaking before you jump in. If there's lag, then obviously try and account for that. So, away you go, gentlemen.
NiCO, I'll pass it over to you first. You are the guest on the show, and I've just been speaking for ages, so take it away.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, we had planned this for a couple of weeks now, and you did mention the breakdown of how you wanted to do this, and I was in agreement. I was like, yeah, I can save the Bible debate for someone else, and I put in a lot of notes here and research, and it all goes down to the science. So, and again, I keep saying that the science can be manipulated. There's a bias in research, there's funding and conflicts of interest, publication pressures where scientists are often under pressure to publish results to maintain their careers and funding, suppression of research. So basically, after looking at it and trying to find the scientific evidence to prove that the earth is flat or disprove that the globe is a lie. Yeah, there's a lot of failed experiments, but then like with the Michelson one, that's because the experiment with this ether they tried to prove kind of like went against them, and it proved that there was no motion of the earth, and that's when more science came about to prove to basically back up. It's called damage control. So they use science to damage control, they fund some new research, and then boom.
Yeah, well, the thing is, science is usually empirically and tested, as well as they have something called peer review. And peer review is usually got other people in the same field, and they look over everything. I mean, they scrutinize it to the letter. I mean, if you got a comma in the wrong place, an I that's not dotted correctly, they'll kick it back at you. And I've heard a few scientists talking about this. As for him talking about Michelson-Morley, which earlier in this debate, he was already corrected on that. Michelson-Morley was not looking for the rotation of the Earth. They already knew the rotation of the Earth. It had already been established and been founded. That was founded in scientific knowledge. They were looking for the luminiferous ether, which was they had a theory, a hypothesis that light needed a medium to travel through. So, like, say, think like waves through a pond or a lake. So they devised a device and a way of calculating to look for this ether, which was like so that light could travel. And what happened is they failed to find it. They had got a null result, so they falsified their hypothesis that there is some sort of luminiferous aether in the cosmos that light travel through. And then down the road, we've actually figured out that light is photons that travel, and it's like a particle wave, and photons don't need a medium to travel through. In fact, in vacuum of space, they travel faster when they hit the Earth. Then they slow down slightly, and they're refracted by our atmosphere. And obviously, when light hits water, that's why it bends even more when it hits water, because light is slowed down slightly a bit more. But that's how we know how fast light travels. Is that the speed of light is calculated through a vacuum, which is the vacuum of space, which is the fastest anything can go in our whole cosmos that we know of. So, yeah, Nicholas and Morley did not. They knew about the Earth. They knew the Earth is already moving, and they actually accounted for that in their calculations.
When they come up with these new ideas that back up their previous failed experiment. So I definitely don't trust the science.
Mixel and Morley actually, when they did, and I think it was the Mixel Glen, and they also had tried to do the same experiment, and they actually had more precise results, better instrumentation as the time went on. They did this several times. It wasn't done like Michelson and Morley didn't do it one time. They did it many times before they published a paper. Michelson Moore was the same thing. They did it several times with better equipment, with better understanding, and still got the exact same results. They did it many times, and they got the same results every time with more and more precise calculations and more precise measurements, and still were able to falsify the luminiferous aether. They falsified that it exists. It doesn't exist. It's pseudoscience.
Like I'll trust my own observations and results, but when it comes down to the people that are in control of the science, that's what I have an issue with. So that's what's pushed me to go back to the Bible and trust.
I mean, because even Nico's admitted he just doesn't understand it. So because he doesn't understand it, he says it's false. Like this is a very typical flat Earth stance.
In the Word of God, and people think that's crazy. Like, how can you trust in a fairy tale, fictional 2,000-year-old book written by man as opposed to modern day science? I'm like, what is modern day science? It's just
Well, the Bible's a bunch of stories over thousands of years, and then written by men in like churches that fit a church narrative hundreds of years ago, and it's been retranslated about 700 different times. Even like the one I think Nico uses, the King James version, was a certain version that King James put out to kind of fit his narrative. So I mean, the Bible is not a book that's factually true. It's stories that were told and then written thousands of years ago, and then written down at some point, and then found some scrolls, and they wrote down, but they left certain things out. We don't know. You don't know exactly what was in there and left out. The Vatican's got a whole bunch of stuff locked up in their archives and stuff like that. But it's if you look at old Bibles, even different words are different passages are different. Each time it's been rewritten, it's just been made for modern times to try to push what message do you want to push out for. Maybe for morals, it might be an okay book, but for science, the Bible's not a science book. No holy book is a science book, and you need to stop trying to claim that.
just money. It's just an agenda and biased opinions, right? So I'm over science. I definitely am on whichever side you're putting on that graph there.
Oh, am I showing screen, or is this on screen already? Sorry,
Yeah.
I was setting this up to.
Oh, Culture Catz got busted there, buddy. What are you doing, mate? Oops.
Reply to. I didn't mean to disrupt you.
So
Sorry,
the science. When it comes to science, and people are like so invested in science, like science to me is a cult. It's a religion. Like they do have a science religion, Scientology. I'm not saying that science is Scientology, but it's close.
I hate when flat earthers do this crap because they use a word that kind of sounds sort of similar, and then they try to equate it to saying, "Oh, it's the same thing." It's not the same fucking thing, all right? Stop trying to say, "Oh, Scientology," "Oh, science," "Oh, they sound the same." If you don't know anything about Scientology, don't use it. It's nothing to do with science. It's Scientology is a bunch of made up mumbo jumbo that some guy came up with to try to push a freaking. He was actually, I think, a sci-fi writer that came up with the whole Scientology. So it's right there, it's a little crap, but people have eaten it up and they pushed it and marketed it a certain way. But I mean, you want to look into science, Scientology, look at some of the people that have come out of it and listen to some of their stories. There's some pretty crazy stuff on there, but Scientology has nothing to do with science. Just because it sounds the same doesn't mean it is the same. And flat earthers need to stop pulling this crap. They do it with all sorts of stuff, like airplanes. Oh, flies over a plane because it's a flat surface. Bullshit. You don't even know what airplane refers to the wings, not the freaking what it flies over. Airplanes don't care what it flies over.
It's enough to me that it's a cult, money-based religion pushing an agenda, and it's easy to pick apart, right? And it's, and especially when the science can't really prove the agenda that they're trying to push, and it's full of all these discrepancies and inconsistencies, and
I've seen NiCO ask this several times, but cite one discrepancy, one thing that's wrong, but he can't. He'll just run away from that. He has in the past, and he will in the future. If Culture Catz pressed him on that, he'd probably just skirt around it and run to something else. He likes to run to the Bible, but he's agreed not to, so he's kind of lost in this debate.
weak evidence, right? Or composite images and CGI video, it's easy to not trust, right? Especially when CGI and NASA were formed the exact same year. So
That's not right. In fact, NASA used to be called NACA, and it was I think it's National Aeronautics. It was to do more with planes and aeronautics and stuff like that. And then I think it's J. Edgar Hoover, the president at the time, formed NASA when they noticed that the Russians were starting to go to space, and when they launched Sputnik, then they formed NASA. I think CGI, and we're talking really, really rudimentary, pretty basic and pretty crappy. You want to call it CGI. It was formed in the 1950s, but I don't think it was actually on the same time. So, but they like to make this crap up, hoping nobody actually looks it up.
that's very interesting too.
So
yeah.
Sorry, mate, I didn't mean to crack on.
So basically, yeah, I don't trust the science because it very much can be and is manipulated through funding and governments. And yeah, I'll save the rest. You can go ahead.
Okay, so I don't want to misrepresent you, so I'm going to say what I think you've said. And if at any point I misrepresent you, just interrupt me, okay? Because I want us to be on the same page. So what I think NiCO is saying is that if we talk about any aspect of science, whether it be geometry or physics of, I don't know, gravity or perspective or any of those things, if we actually start, or the Opvos effect or these predictions that we might make using science, it won't agree with the Bible. But that's not because the Bible's wrong. It's because the science itself is somehow tainted. Would I be right? Is that your opinion? I don't want to straw man you.
Basically, from what I am understanding, is that science was basically created, like this new version of science, like basic science, like you talked about math and, right, 90-degree angles, like that's how they get you into this cult religion of science, is with its truth mixed in with the disinformation that will come later. Okay. So I say that science was created purposely to disprove the Bible, to make it look a certain way and discredit it and be like, wow, our science is showing something different, and this book is the science was created to make the Bible look like some kind of fairy tale story.
No, see, science is the progression of the human learning, and the fact that we've learned and developed more. When the Bible was written was over 2,000 years ago, when we have very, very basic understanding of even the world around us. I think there's something about in the Bible, don't quote me on this exactly, but to cure leprosy or something along the lines of you had to take a bird and its life, take another bird that's still alive, dip it in the blood, run it around, and then release it or do something, and then say a prayer, and that cured leprosy. Now, obviously, we know that's not the way to cure leprosy, but in the Bible, this says that's how you cure leprosy. So we have progressed in our understanding on how things are, That's why the Bible isn't a science book. It's such like archaic ways of thinking and archaic ways if it says anything in there, and then often it contradicts itself. So the Bible, that's why you say this and that. Science isn't to disprove the Bible. It's the fact we have grown and our understanding has matured, and we're exponentially a lot more knowledgeable about the world around us. And we have science and we've developed things, and it's always developing. That's the whole point. Science is always trying to disprove itself. Science is always trying to take a look at the science we have and try to prove it false and try to find something better. Try to find something that understands, that's more accurate, that has more understanding. So it's always constantly trying to evolve and be better and expand our knowledge further. That's all it is. It's not to try to disprove the Bible. Science doesn't care about the Bible. At one point, science and the Bible agreed, and some things maybe it kind of does in some way, because a lot of scientists are Christians or do read and believe in the Bible, but they can separate that. The religion is one thing, their work and the proof and stuff they have is completely different. It's not, science was never developed to disprove the Bible. It's just our progression and evolution of our knowledge, and that's it. Something that a lot of flat earthers, including NiCO, just can't seem to comprehend.
So if I was to show you things like, we would talk about Foucault's pendulum or the Eötvös effect, or, things like that, things that can make predictions that we can test to show the Earth is a globe. Obviously, that's based on, scientific understanding. That because these aren't direct observations of things, you would agree, and again, I don't want to straw man you, right? So tell me if you think I'm wrong, but you would agree that actually, yes, if we went and studied and learned the actual science, these things would support the idea of a globe, but you just think the science itself is incorrect.
When it gets down to things like this,
All right, so somebody just said there's no video, so let me just check and see what's going on here. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. Better now. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I hadn't transitioned it over yet, so. All right, we're going good now. Let me just go back a little bit here.
He doesn't know of Mage. He doesn't know of Mage in reality. I bet he's new on this grift. This was before his time, I bet. Now, actually, I was speaking to NiCO behind the scenes, and he says he's been.
There was no motion of the Earth, and that's where.
I've been this, but I'm absolutely sweating. I'll be 10 seconds. I'll just take my jumper off. I've actually got a t-shirt on, but I'll take my jumper off on the other side of the door. I'm going to pass back to you for 10 seconds.
No worries. You always get nightmares about this happening. I didn't prepare a script. So, I mean, I could tell a dad joke, but there's a guy in the chat that could probably tell better ones than I do. And there he is. That's really quick. Thank you for saving me there, Catz.
Sorry, what was that? I've just put my earphone in.
I didn't say anything of any note. Don't worry about it. Like always. Right, I'm going to unlock both microphones now. So, NiCO, you are now unmuted as well. Third stage can commence when you want. Please, like I said, I'm sure you will do, conduct it civilly. Let the other person speak and finish speaking before you jump in. If there's lag, then obviously try and account for that. So away you go, gentlemen.
NiCO, I'll pass it over to you first. You are the guest on the show, and I've just been speaking for ages, so take it away.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, we had planned this for a couple of weeks now, and you did mention the breakdown of how you wanted to do this, and I was in agreement. I was like, yeah, I can save the Bible debate for someone else.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks. I had not transitioned over to the screen, so my bad. Growing pains, I guess, but I'll do better.
And I put in a lot of notes here and research, and it all goes down to the science. So, and again, I keep saying that the science can be manipulated. There's a bias in research, there's funding and conflicts of interest, publication pressures where scientists are often under pressure to publish results to maintain their careers and funding, suppression of research. So basically, yeah, after looking at it and trying to find the scientific evidence to prove that the earth is flat or disprove that the globe is a lie, yeah, there's a lot of failed experiments. But then, like with the Michelson one, that's because the experiment with this ether they tried to prove kind of like went against them, and it proved that there was no motion of the earth. And that's when more science came about to prove to basically back up. It's called damage control. So they use science to damage control. They fund some.
All right, once again, I know I kind of addressed this, but it's not the fact there's damage control; it's the fact that they had realized there was a null result. Sorry about that. No result. They had found no luminiferous ether. So what it was that they had new science to figure out, okay, our theory or our hypothesis of a ether existing has been falsified. So what else could it be? So they had to develop the science to figure out, okay, how does light travel then if there's no luminiferous ether? That's what science does. If it finds something that is false, that they falsify something that was known knowledge, then they have to then try to develop a way to find out, okay, what is it then? How does it, how does this work then? Our understanding was wrong, and that's usually what science does. So that's all that was. Michelson Morley had done it several times, realized that it was false, and then they figured out what it was and how the how photons do travel through space and how they do travel. That's exactly how science works.
New research, and then boom, they come up with these new ideas that back up their previous failed experiment. So I definitely don't trust the science. I'll trust my own observations and results, but when it comes down to
Yeah, but who's NiCO? He's just some fella who lives in Canada that doesn't understand anything, and apparently he's a born again Christian because he was a horrible person, did some horrible things, and now he's not as horrible in that way. I mean, I've seen some of his previous debates, and he's definitely not a good person. He's definitely not a very good Christian or Catholic or whatever he believes in. Uh, he says some pretty vile things, but that's here and there. And this one, he was actually pretty good in this debate, and I will give him I will give him props for that. He was a pretty mild and almost kind of okay guy in this way. Stupid, but at least he was well behaved.
the people that are in control of the science, that's what I have an issue with. So that's what's pushed me to go back to the Bible and trust in the Word of God. And people think that's crazy. Like, how can you trust in a fairy tale, fictional 2,000-year-old book written by man as opposed to modern day science? I'm like, what is modern day science? It's just money. It's just an agenda and biased opinions, right? So,
Like I already said, science is a lot of times is they try to disprove things. They try to disprove themselves, and it's usually peer reviewed, and it's based on facts and evidence. It's empirically proven results before they ever are published. Nobody gets published if their stuff is falsified, and other people look at it and they try to falsify it because somebody else wants to get published over that person. And obviously, it's the whole Nobel Prize, right? You want to find something new, you want to falsify something in physics. You win a Nobel Prize, you get like $1 million and quite famous, and you get a trip to I think Sweden or something like that. Don't quote me on that. It's Switzerland, Sweden, one of those two. Yeah, you get this whole big huge ceremony and all that fun stuff. And that's and obviously bragging rights. So that's what most of scientists want to do. So the funding there is just only help fund research that works. If it doesn't work, if there's no promise in it, they don't get the funding. That's how that works.
I'm over science. I definitely am on whichever side you're putting on that graph there.
Oh, am I sharing screen or is this on screen already? Sorry,
Yeah.
I was setting this up to reply to you. I didn't mean to disrupt you.
So
Sorry,
the
go on.
science.
That's what I was saying there. I know you didn't see that in the video, but yeah, Culture Catz got he was sharing a screen that NiCO got onto. So yeah, face palm right there. Yeah, Culture Catz. Oopsie. Okay, crack on.
When it comes to science and people are like so invested in science, like science to me is a cult. It's a religion. Like they do have a science religion, Scientology. I'm not saying that science is Scientology, but it's close enough to me that it's a cult, money-based religion.
Flat earthers always like to do this, and I address this before. They like to try to find words that sound sort of similar and try to equate them saying the same thing. They're not the same thing. Scientology and science have nothing to do with each other, really. One is a cultish kind of really weird, crazy religion. Look up some videos of people that have left Scientology on the internet, and science is doing trying to understand the world around us and the universe around us through experimentation and observation and finding facts and logic.
Pushing an agenda, and it's easy to pick apart, right? And it's, you know, and especially when the science can't really prove the agenda that they're trying to push, and it's full of all these discrepancies and inconsistencies and weak evidence, right? Or composite images and CGI video. It's easy to not trust, right? Especially when CGI and NASA were formed the exact same year. So that's very interesting too.
So,
yeah.
Sorry, mate, I didn't mean to crack
on. So basically, yeah, I don't trust the science because it very much can be and is manipulated through funding and governments. And yeah, I'll save the rest. You can go ahead.
Okay, so I don't want to misrepresent you, so I'm going to say what I think you've said, and if at any point I misrepresent it, just interrupt me, okay? Because I want us to be on the same page. So what I think NiCO is saying is that if we talk about any aspect of science, whether it be geometry or physics of, I don't know, gravity or perspective or any of those things, if we actually start or the Opvos effect or these predictions that we might make using science, it won't agree with the Bible, but that's not because the Bible's wrong. It's because the science itself is somehow tainted. Would I be right? Is that your opinion? I don't want to straw man you.
Basically, from what I am understanding, is that science was basically created, like this new version of science, like basic science, like you talked about math and, you know, right 90-degree angles, like that's how they get you into this cult religion of science, is with its truth mixed in with the disinformation that will come later. So I say that science was created purposely to disprove the Bible, to make it look a certain way and discredit it and be like, wow, our science is showing something different, and this book is the science was created to make the Bible look like some kind of fairy tale story.
No, that's completely wrong. Science is just an evolution of our knowledge, like I said before, and the Bible is just the religious text to help maybe help guide some morals and stuff like that, and to push a narrative that the church wants people to kind of believe. And it's just the stories and stuff that were told verbally and then were written down at some point, and then found. I think they found a bunch of pots and stuff like that in the cave, and that's where they got some of the books of the Bible. But some were left out too, so it's not, don't think it's like that's everything that's ever found. Some things they didn't want to have written in the Bible. So yeah, religion itself is probably more so like what NiCO said, where it's manipulated to push a certain narrative or a certain ideology. Science is, if it's proven. If it's not proven, then it's usually thrown out because it's bad science, right?
So if I was to show you things like, we would talk about Foucault's pendulum or the Eötvös effect or, things like that, things that can make predictions that we can test to show the Earth is a globe. Obviously, that's based on, scientific understanding. That because these aren't direct observations of things, you would agree, and again, I don't want to straw man you, right? So tell me if you think I'm wrong, but you would agree that actually, yes, if we went and studied and learned the actual science, these things would support the idea of a globe, but you just think the science itself is incorrect.
When it gets down to things like this, yeah, I think it's made up, it's manipulated. It's like, where do these equations come from? And we study them in school and we don't know where they come from. We're just told it's meant for this and proves this, and this is the equation for Newton and stuff like that. Like, I've measured supposed gravity with these equations they've given us, and that's all it is. It just seems so like, and it's made up. It doesn't really prove anything. So
So the translation is NiCO doesn't understand the math, and so he's going to say it's made up because he feels dumb, because he is. And we know where he's come from. You know, you look at the history, we know where all the equations come from. That's very clearly documented, and we can trace it right back. It's, you know, if you just do a tiny bit of research, then you'll find out where all this stuff's coming from. It's not made up. It's based on facts and logic, and you can see why they came up with these equations, how they work, why they prove how they were able to calculate, and the only way these Newtonian gravitational like how like Newton's equations of gravity work on right up until almost we get the very, very large like planets and speeds. The Newtonian equations don't work out very well, which is why then you get into general and special relativity, which that's where Einstein realizes that Newtonian gravitational equations didn't account for certain things. It got to a certain scale, but on our scale, for the most part, for like doing stuff on the Earth, or even like orbits around our Earth and stuff like that, Newtonian equations work out very well, and in fact, they're still used to this day. Why are they used to this day? Because they work, and they're accurate enough for us to be able to use. Until you get into like much faster and larger systems and speeds, then you start using special and general relativity, because Newtonian equations are not accurate enough. You need something better, which is then evolution, where you get into relativity and you get into Einstein. So we know where all this stuff comes from, and we use it because it works. So what NiCo's saying is just the fact that he doesn't understand it, and since he doesn't understand it, he thinks it's going to be wrong.
Again, I can see science can be real to prove something, and it can be fake to make something seem real and disprove something else.
Okay.
So that can be two science.
Sorry, NiCO, that was my bad.
Yeah, sorry. I keep. Yeah,
no. It was me. I didn't mean to speak over you. I promised I wouldn't. My internet is taking shits every now and then. There was a lag. You crack on. Oh, okay. Right. So, in that case, I'm not going to talk about these experimental things. I mean, what I will say is, as a science teacher, these equations, I understand they may look like they've been plucked out of somebody's arsehole, from the middle of nowhere. But actually, we can learn how they're arrived at, how they're derived, and what the scientific evidence for those things are. But we're not, we won't go there with that because we haven't got the time to cover that. So what we'll do is we'll just.
And honestly, NiCO wouldn't understand a word of it anyways, Catz. And honestly, like, you just go in one ear out the other, and then NiCO would probably get really angry, start getting really vile, because he doesn't like it when people start talking things that he can't understand, and then he start probably shouting all sorts of shit and then run away, like he did to Craig on FTFE when he rage quit twice.
We'll not talk about any of those things. We'll just jump straight to observable, because you said that in your opening statement. You just want observable facts.
Yeah.
Now, something like this, and again, I did say offline, I was going to give you time to fully flesh out how certain things could happen that I believe are indications of curvature. So just to check we're on the same, I'm going to use what Dora said before, this kind of idea of a steel man, right? Pretend you're not a flat earther for a second. Just pretend you're not. Pretend you believe in the globe. Can you just tell me why, as a globe believer that you're pretending to be, why would this be evidence of the globe? Just make sure that you've got that before we can discuss it.
Well, as a globe Earth believer, which I have been most of my life, things like this image makes me question space instantly, because from what they've given us about this giant fireball that's in our solar system, that's as big as it is and hot as it is, this image and the way the light travels in straight lines, the shadow, obviously the sun is below the mountain and it's local clearly, and it's
No, because if it was local, it wouldn't be below the mountain unless the sun is only, what, well, below that mountain. So what is the sun only like a couple thousand feet up then? Because if it is, then we're in a lot of trouble, and that'd be pretty easy to prove and observe. So how could it be local and also be below that mountain? If it's below the mountain, how did it get past the mountain, NiCO? See, this bit of rational thought completely destroys this flat Earth and most of the shit they say.
within those clouds, and the light shining from the sun is directly on the mountain, casting a shadow up towards the cloud.
Yes, how can the sun be in the clouds but then be below the clouds and cast a shadow up? He's contradicting himself. I told you he's not dumb. He's not a smart person. NiCO's kind of stupid.
But as a global, so I know you said it's going to make me question. I'm not saying that you are a global believer. What I'm saying is, why would I then? Why would I believe this is evidence for a globe? What do you think is my understanding of why I think this is evidence for a globe? Do you? I mean, I can show you, but I just want to.
I'm thinking, because you're okay as a globe person, they're trying to say that, oh, the sun is, because we're on this ball, the sun is supposedly at this other end of the ball, so the light coming from it is casting up, and that's probably the explanation you're going to give of the sun going towards. So yeah, you're going to be saying the sun's to the left or whatever, the mountain's up there.
Yeah, I'm just going to get this dead quick. You keep talking just while I'm getting a sketch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the sun, I've been there. I've tried to explain space myself for decades until I started seeing the sun and the moon in the same sky. So obviously I grew up in the 80s, and the sun was out in the day.
Cap, there's no way that NiCO grew up in the 80s. I doubt he's even close to my age. I was in 81, and he's going to be maybe in his late 30s, maybe mid 30s. And the man's even admitted he's not even married, doesn't have kids or anything like that. There's no way that NiCO is like in his late 30s at all. I would say maybe mid to, I'm gonna say maybe late 20s, early 30s. So he's probably a 90s baby. So he needs to stop freaking. I suppose it's like the whole God lie to flirt, right? He's even lying about his age. Why? Why are you even lying about your fucking age, NiCO? You're not that old. No.
Day the moon was out at nighttime. Since when?
There's easily explainable why the moon's seen during the day. Because the only time the moon is really seen is going to be either in the morning, or it's going to be just before sunset, and you'll see the moon during the day and daylight, and that's easily explainable on a globe Earth. In fact, it disproves his Bible, because the Bible says the sun rules the day and the moon rules the night. So the moon rules the night. Then why do you see this moon during the day? It's not ruling the night, then, is it? So, because NiCO likes to try to take the Bible literal, and like every word in there, it means exactly what it, literally, not like metaphorically. Like most of the stuff in the Bible should be taken, and so then that kind of falsifies it, now, doesn't it? But yeah, it's perfectly explainable on the globe, but it kind of draws me questions on their flat pizza, dirt pizza.
After we turned into this millennium in the 2000s, we started to see a daytime moon, which is like, I've never seen a daytime moon before. And
yeah, that's bullshit, because there's like documentation of the moon being seen. And obviously, I've always seen the moon all growing up. It's it's making shit up.
I've always been someone that looked up at the sky and the stars and everything, a stargazer, if you want to call it. And then it was only in the last decade or so. So yeah, that's exactly the explanation I see in the diagram there.
But it didn't look at the sky very well then. If you only think in the last decade or so, so in 2025, so you think before 2015, we didn't see the moon in the sun and the sun in the sky at the same time at certain points. That happens like on a monthly fucking basis. It's how stupid and unobservant this man really is. Or he's just lying. Could be.
Okay,
But
so
then, but
sorry,
then we
go on.
don't. Then we get more of that. How come we don't get that anomaly happen more often if the sun is if the Earth is moving around the sun? So they say, then we'd get more shadows cast on clouds and stuff like that because of the angle. So this angle would happen all the time, right? So this
Yeah.
kind of disproves the globe because then we don't see that all the time.
We do, and in fact, I have observations, and I put up videos on my channel showing the sun reflecting off the bottom of planes, which are only about 30, 40,000 feet, depends, in the atmosphere. So you're looking at maybe a couple miles, few miles up, and I can see the sun reflecting off the bottom of a plane, which means the sun is below the plane, angle on the angle is below the plane, because the sun's setting over the horizon, and I can see the sun on the bottom of the plane being lit up, and then the light obviously is reflecting off that and coming into my eyes. So we see this all the time on a clear day. So it's observed a lot.
Well, we do now on land.
I mean, in fact, if you have a really clear day, a clear night or morning, and you can see that the haze where it goes like this, you can see where it's like really dark, and then it goes lighter and lighter, but it's kind of curves up, back and forth. Guess what that is, Nico? That's the shadow of the Earth, and either starting to go away or starting to come up, and that's where night comes in. Seen all the time. I mean, it's not that hard to see.
Need some kind of big landmass like this mountain, but actually from a plane. Now, I did send Doom a video, and I'm going to ask him to play it. I'll tell you which video it is, and if I just get on here. So Doom, the video I just wanted to show is video 12. Now, what you're going to see here is a pilot. Now, you will, if you're a regular flyer, you may have seen this yourself. It's not an unusual thing. This is a pilot flying into. So if I just get my little plane, which is going to be this rectangle here. Okay, so my little plane now is starting to fly this way, and the clouds that it's flying above are receiving this sunlight from below. Right, we'll move the mountain. It's receiving this sunlight from below, and you would expect, therefore, to see the clouds lit up from below. And this is quite a regular thing. So I'm going to show you this video. It's called Sun in Clouds. Have you got it, Doom?
Yeah, I've just played it twice.
Oh, while I've been talking? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that again. Did you
notice Nico's face? I mean, he looks absolutely devastated because he's sitting there trying to go, oh crap, this falsifies the flat Earth because we claim that the Earth floats above the sun. Falsifies flat Earth because they claim that the sun floats in a circuit above the Earth, does something like that, and then it's obviously, I think I've been told some flat earthers say 3,000 miles above. Obviously, a plane isn't flying 3,000 miles up. It's flying about 30,000 feet up, maybe a little bit higher, depending on the conditions and the plane itself. But if that sun's observed a lot lower, the only real explanation is that sun is setting beyond the horizon, and it's the angle, and somewhere over there, it's noon for somebody. And where they are, the planes, is because of its altitude, is seeing further over the curvature. But he'll gallop, make up some BS crap that makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. But let's go and see what he has to say. This should be entertaining.
you see that, Nico?
No, I didn't.
Right. So what I'll do, right? The crowd is so.
He's so seen it. Look at his face. He's seen it. He was sitting and watching the whole damn thing.
I'll just
We're looking at your diagram, and then you have to add in all the motion and the spin and the force. Like, how that doesn't make sense.
this is often one thing that flat earthers try to do is they try to ask for things extra that they know you can't put in. So like where Katz showed that diagram with the on PowerPoint, he knows that he obviously can't put in like all the different motions of like the earth and stuff like that. But you don't need that. All it was is observation. Where do you see the sun? Where is the plane? And how is the sun? How can you see the sun in that position from that plane? You don't need all that. But flat earthers try to do this to they ask for unattainable things that they know that a common person can't do. So that way they can just go nah and run away from it and say, you know, well, you didn't prove anything because you couldn't prove this, you couldn't prove that. The only thing is, if you ask them to show the same sort of thing, hold their flat earth to the same standard, you never do.
I'll just grab a screenshot of it for you, so you can see what I'm talking about. I've just got the video on my. Oh, in fact, am I still showing my screen?
You're not. Well, you can see it. NiCO can see it because he can see it in the studio, but it's not being shown to everyone else.
Oh, would you mind? Because I'm going to pause it at certain bits. Would you mind just to present it again?
Yeah.
Thank you. So this is what we're saying. We've got a pilot now. Over and over and over and over. We're not at the best bit yet, but we can see those clouds being lit up from underneath. And actually, bang, there we go. We can see the sun right here. Right here, we can see the sun. And the plane is clearly above the sun. Clearly. There's no way of mixing that to say that the plane is below the sun.
So wait, hold on a second.
Just give me a minute here. My dogs decided that he wants something. As you can hear him having a little growling on it. Wait a minute. Okay, I'll be right back.
Second. So yeah, you just
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, he up and decided that he needed to go outside right away. Because he likes to do the inconvenient crap.
just said it yourself. That is the sun below the clouds and the plane is above it. So how is that possible with the sun supposed to be 93 million miles away and light traveling in straight lines?
All about angles there, NiCO. All about angles, buddy. Doesn't matter how far it is. If it can be observed and there's nothing obstructing it, you can see it.
And that looked to me that the sun was actually right there, which goes.
If the sun is right there, but it can heat half the fucking planet, then that plane would be freaking vaporized on as soon as even remotely that close. What an idiot.
According to the flat earth and biblical earth model, with the local sun that moves around our flat earth. And
the Bible doesn't say anything about the sun being local. It doesn't even say the earth is fucking flat. Flat earthers just try to misinterpret it to try to say that by twisting what the Bible says.
Lights it up locally. So that's what I saw from that footage.
Okay. So this rectangle I'm waving around is the plane, yeah? That's the plane. The sun's down here. The clouds that he was flying above are here. So when the plane is over here, that's why the clouds are appearing lit up. That's why the sun can be visible through those gaps in the clouds. Just like it would be visible if there was no clouds, you could see the sun. The fact that there are clouds and the sun can be seen through it is no different than seeing the sun with no clouds. But the point is, those clouds are clearly being lit up from underneath, just like we see with this picture here. So I get, I'm not going to convince you the Earth is a globe, but what I am trying to convince you of is the globe has an explanation for that. So what I would like to know is, do you think flat Earth has an explanation for that?
No, flat earthers cannot explain that. They can make up some word salad and some gish gallop stuff, and probably try to run away from it, as most flat earthers do. But anything they say is arbitrarily, demonstrably incorrect, and it's just usually is uh, made up word salad BS.
And if you do, what I'd like to do is give you time to flesh it out. So I'm, like I said before the stream, I'm going to give you time to flesh it out. I'm going to make some notes on what you're saying, so we can all see your argument properly represented. And I'm going to type what you say, if that's okay. But what would your explanation be? And I'll try and type along.
All right, people, get ready for the derp, because this is going to be funny as fuck. All right, here we go.
Again, it goes back to our observations and what we see. We see the sun in the sky. We don't see it in space. We don't see it being 93 million miles away. So without the science that is told to us and indoctrinated into us from a young age, we wouldn't ever come up with that kind of theory. We wouldn't even come up with space or...
Yeah, we would, because if you look in telescope, you can see space. I've got like pictures and videos and stuff I've done myself. As for figuring out how far the sun is, well, it was done. I can't remember exactly when. A very very long time. I think the 1700s, with the transition of Venus, and they knew how far kind of Venus was previously by doing parallax. And then from that, when they were able to watch Venus going across the sun, and it only happens sometimes. I think it happened about 10 years ago. I think was the last transition of Venus, and unfortunately, it won't happen again. I would love to see it, but I don't think it'll even happen again in my lifetime. So, but using the transition of Venus, they were able to calculate how far the sun was by how watching Venus go across the sun. So as soon as it started going across, they timed it knowing how far and how big Venus is, and to the side. And then they did this from two different locations. And from doing that and watching it, you can look up the experiment that did this. I'd have to look it up, but they were able to calculate how far the sun was, and they were actually pretty accurate. Now, even before that, they knew kind of how far the sun was. It was I think the Romans done it, and then as the science got better, they figured out their calculations wrong. So it was already further than any flat earthers already said, and then it got further and further in a way until eventually they had an accurate enough measurements that they were to determine exactly right down to the point where we know it's about 93 million miles away. And even right to this day, we have the Parker Solar Probe, which is orbiting around the sun, taking readings. We also have ESA's solar, I think it's a satellite. It's like observing different things. They're doing two different things, and it's orbiting around the sun as well, doing different readings and measurements and taking pictures. So we know how exactly far the sun is. I think in the 1960s there was Harvard University was actually able to use radio waves, and I think they bounced them off of Venus, Mercury, and then from that able to calculate the distance to the sun using radio waves. So you can always look up that too. So yeah, we know many different ways we can calculate how far the sun is, as well as Eratosthenes. Well, actually, that was more figuring out the size of the Earth. Never mind.
a galaxy. We just know that it was there. And when you have videos like that
I'll be right back. My dog needs in.
now with
All right, I'm back. He should be good now for a little bit.
the clouds being lit up from underneath, and you can fully see the round shape of the sun, not light coming from it in straight lines, which is what you would see if it were in space. And that's with everything being still, not moving. We still have to add in that the globe is spinning and moving in motion around this fireball that's also traveling directly straight at ridiculous amounts of speed. So
Yeah, flat earthers always get caught up in like the actual kind of speeds, but the distances. We don't think of scale, right? So yes, the Earth rotates, and they say 1,000 miles an hour, which is only at the equator. But we don't measure rotation in miles per hour. We measure in RPM, which is 0.00069 RPM, or one rotation per 24 hours. So how fast is that? Think about 15 degrees in 1 hour. You turn and see how fast that is. Then he's got to think about how fast the sun's going around the Earth. The Earth is going around the sun, which is one full orbit in 365 days. So each day, the Earth moves 1 degree in comparison to the sun. So how fast do you think that is? How much difference is that going to make in like observing angles of the sun day to day? Then you got to think he's saying about the speed of the solar system going around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. I think one full trip around that is every 263 million years. So how much difference do you think that's going to make? So it's something that flat earthers, they get caught up in one thing and don't think of the scale and how much that actually equates to how much is that going to make a difference to things.
We still have to add that in and take into account what we're able to see, and look at the shadow on the mountain there. Yeah, it's all perfect and still shining up on the cloud.
Yes, because it's like one observation taken on one day for a few hours. And I believe that that particular observation is a famous one that's in I think it's just in Spokane. It's in the States, and it's normally once or twice a year in which the sun is in a very particular location, and they shine. And if there's cloud cover in a certain way, the sun lines up behind that mountain, the shine up onto the clouds. It's a very particular. That's why it's so famous. People go there and take pictures of this because it's one day or 2 days a year. I can't remember exactly when. I think it's only one day actually because it's in the northern hemisphere. Never mind. So it's one day a year that this is seen, and if there's some cloud cover, does the sun line up perfectly on the mountain to cast a shadow up? So it's not something that's like crazy. Now, do we see the sun shining up on different other things around the Earth and at different points? Yeah, we see this all the time. But that particular observation of that mountain and that shadow casting up like that is seen one day a year. That's why there's so many pictures of it. It's not a common thing that happens all the time.
So on the flat Earth model, we have a small local sun that moves around the tropics and the equator, right, clockwise.
Which they can't actually explain why. How? How does the sun float above the Earth? How does the sun move? How does the sun move from one tropic to another? How does the sun speed up in the Tropic of Capricorn and slow down the Tropic of Cancer, so that it still maintains each day can be 12 hours and it takes 24 hours for it to do a full circuit? How big is the sun? They can't answer that. They can't. What's the sun made of? They can't answer that. How far away is the sun? Most of them can't answer that. I've heard 3,000 miles, but a lot of flat earthers disagree with that. Most of the time they say we don't know, we can't measure it. Well, yes, you can measure it, but if you do try to measure it, it falsifies your claims.
Moon also of the exact same size. It's not a moon rock in space.
That's incorrect. If you actually look at the sun through a solar filter and compare it to the size of the moon is actually normally smaller. But because of the glare of the sun being so bright, it looks approximately about the same size, depending Sometimes the sun is slightly smaller, sometimes it's larger. Depends on time of year. It also depends on the orbit of the moon, because the moon's orbit isn't perfectly circular. It's kind of oblate. So sometimes it's a bit further away from the sun, off the Earth, and other times it's a little bit closer. So we say 250,000 miles from Earth on average, because it's on average. It's about that. It does change throughout the month.
That you can touch or land on and put flagpoles in, like Apollo 11 did. It's the lesser light for the night, and the sun is the greater light for the day. So again, that's mentioned in biblical text and scripture, and it's what we see. And this is what woke me up to flat Earth: is that I looked at the sky and I saw the sun and the moon, and what I saw was that it wasn't in space. What I saw was that it was right there in the sky with clouds behind it. And
No, you see the light shining through the clouds, and it looks like that because it's brighter and just puncturing through the clouds. I could do a demonstration right now with like a filter and put it in front of a very bright light, and it would look like the filter's going behind, but it's actually going in front. This isn't a difficult thing. But flat earthers try to think it's in the clouds. If the sun was in the clouds, it'd burn the clouds up. The clouds are just, the clouds are made of like water molecules being suspended in the atmosphere through thermal currents and stuff like that. So if it even got close to the sun, it just gone. That's why a lot of times you have a fog that's down close. Sun comes out, the fog a lot of times will evaporate and disappear. And it's because it's warming on the earth, the ground, and you got the heat from the sun, and it kind of dissipates the fog. And not always, but a lot of times it does.
in front of it. Same with the moon, and to see them both in the sky at the same time, it was just like something's wrong. Because I was a strong believer in the science of space and all that, and that pretty much did it for me. And it just pretty much was the moment I had to unlearn everything and come up with how this is possible. And
Right. Okay. I'll show a little demonstration here. See if I can get this to work. All right. Okay. Right. So here's my little globe here. Right. Let's pretend the camera there. We're going to see the camera is the sun. So it's going to face this side, right? So from here all the way over to here, it's being lit up, right? See my ring camera. Right. See, the moon is going to be out here. Now, on this side of the Earth, where it's dark still, you can see the moon. I can see the moon here. But over here, the landmass over here, which it's in the, see it there, you can still see. So they can see, they're in sunlight, but they can see the moon. The moon would be a half moon, which would be coming from there. See my finger. I don't have anything else to hold up here. So the moon's out here. So let's see, in Africa here, South America. This one, this side here in the dark. They can see the sun up there, and they can see the moon over here. But in Africa and stuff over here, they can see the moon, but they can't see the sun. This is how it works. Perfectly and explainable on the globe model. Not a problem, NiCO. This is like stuff that, my kids and toddlers could learn. So it's yeah, it's not that difficult.
that's how the flat Earth and biblical cosmology pretty much came back to me, right?
Okay. Now, I understand that what I've done is I've thrown something at you that I didn't email you about, because we were going to have this back and forth. So I understand you didn't know I was going to present this. You didn't know I was going to present the video. And I've caught you on the fly and just said, can you explain it to me? This is what I've tried to type down as you've been explaining. In here, though, there is no mention of why the pilot would see it beneath the cloud.
Yeah, because like I said, you can't explain that. You just try to kind of skirt around it and gish gallop around it.
Like, I get it. If it's a case of like, I've thrown it at you and it's just very, because you might throw something at me and I'd be like, shit, I don't know. I need some time for that. Is this one of those things? Or reading what we've got there, do you think that that is an explanation that fits?
Well, again, it's also what I've seen from the ground, not just as a kid, but as recent as 2022. I actually saw the sun pass over my head within what looked like man-made clouds because they had right angles on it. And
Man-made clouds. Now, what leads you to believe that those clouds were man-made? This is because they have right angles on them. You know, like you can have certain jet streams and like winds that can sometimes cut and make a cloud very very sharp, straight angles on them. In fact, you get this with storm heads. You ever see a massive storm coming in off in the distance? I grew up on the prairies in Canada. You see way off in the distance, you see a storm coming in, and you'd be building a thunderhead on top, and they come up to a certain point, and then they cut off, and that's because the corner goes up so high, and then they hit the thermosphere, and it can't form any higher, and it's cut off because there's just an arbitrary cut there. There are other stuff that is higher up. You can see other stuff that's higher up, but it'll cut off, and they call it a thunderhead because it's a head. This is commonly seen. I don't know exactly where in Canada NiCO is. I think this is Ontario. You probably see that too. I've never been to Ontario. Well, I've been to Ontario flying through, but yeah, this is something that's easily observable. You probably see it over the Great Lakes, but it's just talking shit.
I was already years into the flat earth, and seeing that was just more like, wow, this is, to me, that's my science, right? Unfunded, without any organization or government or university. I saw what I saw, and then I saw other light sources following it. So that's the story for another day. But this is pretty much how I can explain that, yeah, the sun is 100% local within our atmosphere, is in the sky, physically in the sky, or the light that we see is in the sky, not coming from space. There's no trickery with refraction or anything like.
Hold on. So you think the sun is local and in our atmosphere because you've seen it, because you thought some clouds were man-made? No evidence or no actual reasoning why he thought that, other than the fact of right angles. He doesn't understand how clouds are formed, and that's it. I mean, that's pretty pathetic evidence. He asks for loads of stuff off of Culture Catz, who wants like his little PowerPoint presentation to show the orbit of the Earth, and then the rotation of the Earth, and the orbit of the solar system around the center of the Milky Way galaxy, and have all that stuff going at the same time to show the angle of the sun to a plane. But yeah, he looked and seen some clouds that looked a little bit funny to him, and he went, "Yep, that makes the sun's local. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, yeah, that's a facepalm right there."
Like that, or mirages, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when that pilot, sorry, again, I would
sorry, you crack on. It's me.
So when that pilot, as you show, was flying and he could see, what he was looking at was the sun right there. Without the science, he's not gonna, like, his senses are saying it's right there. The light is shining underneath the clouds, not above it, where it should be on the heliocentric model. And yes, your diagram shows it at a
No, the pilot's going, "Oh, look, the sun's setting."
certain angle to explain how that could be, but again, I find that kind of, yeah, it's not science to me. Again, that looks like,
Look, NiCO wouldn't know fucking science if it smacked him in the face and screwed him up the heart. No, I better not say that, but NiCO wouldn't know science if it smacked him across the face.
bias. That's a bias. That's where the bias comes in with science, that people want to push their own agenda and their own belief system. So that's how they can just come up with new theories all the time. And it's like, I just keep seeing it, but it's not full on evidence. NASA still doesn't have video footage of the sun at that angle, shining its light up at Mount Kilimanjaro.
Yes, it does. Watch live feeds of ISS. You see, I think ISS sees like the sun rise and set 18 times a fucking day.
Kilimanjaro say, which is causing the shadow up on the clouds underneath it.
I will agree with you on something. Like you said that, you know, the pilot using his senses, the sun would look like it feels like it's right there. And I agree with that. That is obviously what it looks like when you're right there from a visual point of view.
Yeah, maybe if you looked at it as like freaking like a 3-year-old. But we do have things like called a cognitive thinking, and able to kind of have a bit of a distance, the forethought to go. It looks like the sun's right there, but obviously I know it's not because then I'm a grown adult and I know the sun is not right below those clouds, below my feet. That's like I'm flying at 35,000 feet. I don't think that sun's at 20,000 feet above the earth. Because as a pilot you have to have some measurable intelligence and be able to at least make some fucking rational decisions and thought.
I think I disagree with you when it comes to the explanation, but I'm not going to convince you of that. The aim, like I said all along, is to understand why you believe what you believe. It's up to the chat.
Yeah, because he's a dumbass.
To decide whether the globe offers a more coherent explanation or whether what you said is more coherent. That's up to the chat. I'm not going to convince.
Well, let's put it this way: NiCO can't. There's a lot of stuff he couldn't explain. Like he couldn't explain like why that sun's at an angle and the sun and a pilot could see that. You probably also couldn't explain why as that pilot flies, he sees a sunset and disappear bottom up. Well, he'll probably say something like perspective, which is stupid because that's not how perspective works.
You're not going to convince me. I'm happy to move on to a different point. I've got a few to bring up, but also I don't want to dominate things. Have you got something you want to bring up?
Well, again, observations, everything I've been able to observe, and I want to know if I need to know if other people observe them too, because science is very selective. When I go out there and I see certain things and have questions and I go to science, that's when you know that science is selective because certain things is just not there. There's no
because certain things he doesn't understand or doesn't fit his narrative that he wants them to fit.
funding for it, right? Anything to do with the Bible, there's no funding for that kind of science. Like science,
Because the Bible isn't science; it's religion. It's belief without evidence.
like the Great Flood. So if the Great Flood,
That's actually wrong. There has been loads of study into like what if there was a great flood, which they've determined there actually wasn't some great flood that flooded the whole entire earth and took out every single living being except for like two of each one that some fella built a giant boat that could float on that and threw his family in there, and then two of every single animal on the whole entire planet because God said so. What they did figure out is that there was somebody named Noah who was a local merchant and had a boat, and he had quite a few animals on it, and there was a local flood, a fairly decent sized big one, and it flooded the area that they probably would have called their world because that's all they knew. Because back then people didn't travel very far; people stayed very very locally. They grew up, lived in a certain area, and passed on and had generation after generation. So, yeah, there's evidence of that and documentation, but there's no evidence of a giant flood that would have flooded the whole entire planet. In fact, the evidence shows that we don't have enough water on this earth that could flood the whole entire earth. It's just physically impossible.
it says in Genesis and the Bible happened, then there'd be evidence of our society being a post-flooded world. So once I tried to disprove the Bible and see if I could look around the earth and see if there was any evidence of a
Hold on, I kicked the dog out of the room. He's just being a pain in the arse for some reason.
post-flood that flooded the whole earth,
Sorry about that. He seems to be on one tonight. I don't know what his issue is. Let's get him out because he's gonna start shouting at me.
And I was like, whoa, there actually is evidence with buildings and structures all over the world that are very suspicious and have been there for thousands of years, hundreds,
No, that's false.
centuries, right? That can't be replicated.
Yes, they can. It's just that some of that architecture is not actually the most efficient, and some of the stuff we have now, they couldn't even come close to doing, like the Burj Khalifa. Back in the day, that would have been absolutely impossible. Or like the different what's it called, the Gherkin in London, except in the UK, or the Shard. This is stuff here that wouldn't be possible back in the day. In fact, I think the Gherkin in London, depending on the heat of it, because obviously all glass, it's actually designed to flex and move with the heat. It can twist and stuff like that, and it's they actually had a problem back then when it's first built, that some of the window pane panels are falling out because they weren't able to. They didn't have enough give or hold in enough flex to be able to flex with the building, and they were falling out. So they had to redesign some of the panels and stuff like that to allow it for the movement that was designed in the building. The building's designed and meant to have a certain amount of movement with heat as it heats up and cools down. This is stuff that those old buildings wouldn't even come close to being able to do it. And that's where you had foundations cracking and all sorts of stuff.
Then you try to find the
Like, they're beautiful, but we are advanced in our architecture and different things like that. Try to maintain those buildings the best you can, and then build new ones.
science. The science has holes in it, but the Bible doesn't. And the book of Enoch,
The Bible has tons of holes in it. I mean, there's tons and tons and tons of holes. The Bible continuously contradicts itself. Anybody who's read the Bible, I've only read little bits and bobs, and like I've heard, and I've seen the expert little like different like passages, and you'll see one passage see one thing, and one see something completely different. As well as there's some pretty messed up stuff in the Old Testament with like how to treat people, and to do with like owning peoples and stuff like that. So yeah, it's the Bible contradicts itself on a continuous basis. As for science, science, if there's a hole in it, is only because we are still trying to get to the point to understand certain things. It's fully admitted that there may be like things like in the cosmos, like where there's some of the orbital speeds and stuff like that don't quite match up to our current understanding. But we know this, that they put in stuff like dark matter as a placeholder until we are able to our science advances enough, our calculations or our measurements or whatever, that we are able to actually figure out exactly what it is. But we know there's something there. We can see that, and so we fully admit, okay, certain things like this. They have like what do they call it? Theoretical quantum physics. And there's some stuff there where we're getting to our understanding a lot more of that, much more than we ever could. But there's some little bits that we are still needing to learn more of. This is what science is. We are learning more, continuously advancing our knowledge. There's, you can see holes, or you can see is that our current understanding, there's some things we don't fully understand, but we are working towards it. The Bible doesn't do that.
even I have them right here, explain. So I go back to these texts because science doesn't explain what I'm seeing and waking up to in the world. So when
Science completely explains it. NiCO just doesn't want to accept it. That's the difference.
I'm looking at these buildings and have these questions how they were built, but science can't explain it. And when
Science perfectly explains it, NiCO just doesn't want to look into it.
you look at it, you find some discrepancies and manipulation, and then the Bible explains it better. Then you're like, whoa, there's something going on. So that's where I'm
The Bible doesn't explain it.
coming from.
Okay, well, and that's all I asked, to understand where you come from. The fact that you brought
Unless you want to say magic.
up the flood and stuff like that, we do debate all topics. Maybe that's one for maybe one I can moderate on, and you can have like a young Earth or Noah's flood debate with somebody. So I get that. But I believe, okay, I'm going to bring something else up in a minute. I believe that the explanation the globe gives for observations like this is spot on. Okay, I believe that that works perfectly. I know you believe yours does too. So let's move on to something else. I'm going to show you this little video here.
The thing is that the globe can demonstrate it and can show it. Flat Earth can't.
Taken by somebody called Ranty. He used to go by the. Are you familiar with Ranty? Because I know you've not been on YouTube for a while. Do you know who Ranty is?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so Ranty, when I used to be around before I took a break for a few years and come back, Ranty was part of Nathan Oakley's Flat Earth debate team. Then he branched out. He had a channel of his own called Ranty Flat Earth, and he did lots and lots of observations. To be fair, he was probably the only flat earther who really did any observations at all, and he did analyze them. And actually, he did them and analyzed them to a point where this photograph that I'm pointing at here behind me, he went to that place and he saw the photograph, and I actually met him there afterwards, and we went out, we had a few games of pool and stuff. He did so much observation and analysis of data, he decided he was no longer a flat earther because the observations he made didn't comport with a flat earth.
And see, that's what happens when flat earthers actually do honest, the goodness, well thought out observations. They end up not being flat earthers anymore because you realize how every time they have a hypothesis that works for flat Earth or works for the globe, the flat Earth is falsified and the globe is verified. This is what happened with the final experiment in December, and why Jaron Campanello from Jaronism is no longer a flat earther.
This is one of his videos, and what we can see, I'll just mute it, is he was in Morecambe and he saw a boat sailing off, obviously into the sea. And as he kept filming the boat, what happened was this that you can see on screen here. And eventually the boat, if I can come down to here, and we have got the whole video. This isn't like some screenshots I'm just making up. The whole video lasted about half an hour, which is why I'm not playing it. You just have to believe that this is a video. If you don't, I can send it you after the debate. But he actually showed the video of this boat disappearing, and it completely vanished over the horizon. There was no bringing it back. Now, obviously, on the globe, there's a perfect explanation for that. What would be the flat Earth explanation for that?
Let me guess. Perspective.
Okay, so is this is taken with a very powerful lens or a telescope, and we know that with the naked eye, the human eye, with no camera manipulation, if you're standing at sea and you're watching a boat travel away from you, it's eventually going to look as though it disappears with the naked eye. So the modern science will say, oh, it went over the curve of the globe. But then if you get a camera and zoom in with a lens, remember, it's a lens, it's magnifying, or a telescope, and you zoom in, that boat you'll be able to see it again. So obviously it didn't go over the curve because
that's not what we claim. See, if you see something with the naked eye, and the boat eventually disappeared, it would go smaller and smaller away until it went to a pinpoint, so we can't resolve it anymore with the eye. You would not say that boat's gone over the curve. You say the boat's gone too far away from you to be able to see it. Now, if you see a boat like this, which you can't see, large ships, go away, and with the naked eye, as soon as you can see it, it look kind of hard. You can see it disappearing bottom up. You can still see the top part, but the largest part, like the hull, is no longer. You cannot see it anymore, and you can see where the ship goes like this, and it starts to do that, and it starts to disappear, and you see it do the and like the whole thing like this, where you see it come up and over, and then it'll start to disappear bottom up. So that's what we see. You also get that with if you notice here, he's pointing at the wind turbines. You see a wind turbine there, and then the same wind turbines here. Why is it so much lower? Why is it this one here? You can see where it's behind the horizon here, because there's usually a platform here. You can't see it. And I have observation I've done in July, the exact same thing. And yeah, this one here, you won't be able to see that. And it looks like these the turbine and the big huge like fins on them will look like they're going below, like they'd be hitting the water. If 'cause these are all the same height, they're all the same altitude all over the water, and they're all usually the same turbine. And this is so much lower, and that's because it's going over the curvature of the Earth.
You're pulling it in, and as it goes further and further and further, and you're trying to zoom in more, that's where you get this distorted images and blurry mirage looking effects, because there's only so much the camera lens can focus in, right? So you need to get bigger telescopes, more powerful lenses, but then that will neaten up, right? So obviously,
Yeah, except for like the flat earthers claim like something like the Nikon P1000 can pull ships back in over the curvature. But I have videos I put up on my TikTok and stuff, and I'll put up on here if I can, or you can find them on YouTube. People using the exact camera, going full zoom in, and the ships don't come back in. The whole ship doesn't come back into view. What they can see further back, the hull, maybe like the uh, top of the hull on the deck, or like just um, the bridge and stuff like that, and you can maybe see like the stuff like the radio antennas and stuff on top. You can see them, but you won't be able to see the rest of the hull. This will be gone, and then you'll see go further and you go less and less, and for all you can see is just the bridge and the top part. Now, if it was angular resolution, if it was just down to perspective, then the first thing that would disappear would be those little antennas and stuff up top. They're very small compared to the rest of it. Those would be where you couldn't resolve them anymore. And the last thing that would disappear, would be the hull of the ship. The biggest part, the easiest part to resolve would be the last thing. So you'd see stuff that would go like the bridge and everything go smaller. You couldn't resolve it anymore, and all you'd see was like just this mass, the ship, fully still, and then eventually that would just get smaller and smaller and smaller. You don't see that. The biggest part of the ship is usually what disappears first when we say ships are going over the curvature of the Earth. The flat earthers just not this because it doesn't fit their narrative.
the lens or camera used only went so far until it started to get distorted. But if you had one of them big, powerful telescopes like the Vatican has, the Lucifer, right, then it would have brought it back perfect. I mean, they could probably zoom in and you'd be able to see Paris, right?
Yeah, no, they can't.
So I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you can. What I would say is, actually, if you can bring it back, it's not gone over the horizon yet, and there'll come a point where you can't bring it back anymore.
Depending on the lens, right? Yeah.
But we're obviously not going to agree on that, but at least I understand what you're saying. So with this bit here, what I'm going to ask is, why does it disappear in the way it disappears? Now, we can see the thickness of the boat, left to right, that I'm hovering over. It's remaining quite thick, isn't it? But the height of the boat has just vanished. So why would it disappear in a way where it disappears height-wise, but very little difference thickness-wise? And also, as it's disappearing, I mean, if we get this one here, this wind turbine that I'm covering here is further away than the boat. So why is that not disappeared if it's further away? And also, if we were to actually look at the blades of the turbine, and while the video is on, measure the length of the blades of the turbine, what we actually see is we know these turbines are the same style of turbine. It's the one off the coast of Hisham, I believe. We know that they are the same type. We know that these blades are the same length, right? And these are the same length. I haven't got a scale. This one here is a lot further away, okay? A lot further away. We can see here it's probably about a third shorter. The turbine length is about a third shorter. I'll put these markers on so you can see. But its height, it's only half. It's not a third. It's not lost a third of height. It's lost over a half of height. So it appears that when things disappear, as I would say, over the horizon, yes, they get a little bit narrower and smaller, but they seem to massively take a jump in a loss of height, but only a narrow jump in a loss of width. Now, I can explain that by the fact that the horizon is actually just hiding the bottom of things. But what would be in fact, I am interested in this, so I'm just going to whack up a PowerPoint. Just take your time, don't jump in. But I'm going to ask the question: why do things lose height as they go over the horizon, but not width, or not width to the same degree. Like I did before, I'm not going to rush you, but I am going to write down what you think, and then we can just compare models. That's all.
So I can answer that.
Yes, and I'll type it. Yeah, you
basically
crack on.
those images is what is being seen through the naked eye. So with the
they were
naked
taken
eye,
by camera, not the eye.
yeah,
So
by camera. So you got to take into account with the naked eye, those visuals wouldn't exist. You wouldn't be able to see that. You'd see nothing. But then you get the technology and you get this camera and this lens, whether it's a 400 zoom or a 1000 zoom lens, it's going to get to a point where it's going to zoom in. So you got to account the camera's here. It's covering all of this distance across the ocean or lake or sea to where this boat is, right? So you're trying to make up all this distance that the naked eye cannot cover or see. So when you get this lens and you put it through and you zoom in, you'll catch it. But it's gonna get distorted to a point. The further the boat travels away, the camera and the lens, it's what is struggling and causing this distortion in this image, but that makes it look like the turbines are different sizes and different widths and stuff like that. But when in reality, they're not.
Now,
yeah, they're not physically if you were to be out there, but they appear smaller because they're further away. NiCO, this is very large. This is small. This is small. This is further away. If we need to pull Farmer's head up, does that help at all? See how these look the same? Look at that. This looks bigger than that. This one looks bigger than this. This is close but small. This is far away because look, they're not the same size. And NiCO says he does like video editing and shit like that. Call bullshit on that.
a distortion, if it is down to some optical effect, distortions will be quite random. This is a very repeatable thing where things disappear vastly. They don't just get shorter, but they start to miss huge parts of the bottom. But as it gets thinner, it's not missing the right-hand side or missing the left-hand side. It's still fully visible left to right, but it's not fully visible top to bottom. So again, I wonder why that would happen. I mean, I understand what you've said. I've written down what you've said. I still think, and it's up to the chat to decide, I still think the explanation of curvature perhaps is a better explanation than that. I know you'll disagree. But
so, like, NiCO can explain the fact of why is it that the blades in the wind turbines, which is a smaller part of the turbine, you can still see them. Now, if he's talking like something like things go so far away and maybe you got some atmospheric distortion that causes that you can't see them anymore. But why is it the ones getting shorter when you can still see those turbines? It's the smallest part of that, but you cannot see the base of it, which is a lot larger part and actually technically closer to you because you're standing on the ground, on the surface of the earth. That turbine, those blades and stuff, were a few, 100 feet up, but yet the base is is not 100 feet up. They're all like on the same distance, linearly up and down, but yet we cannot see the base anymore, which is very large. And those blades on there are a lot smaller and a lot higher up, so they're actually further away. But we can still see them, but we cannot see that base anymore, which is bigger and closer. And this is something that NiCO will never be able to explain using his flat Earth model. But the globe, chef's kiss, because it explains it perfectly that it's being obstructed by the curvature of the spherical Earth.
why why am I losing things from the bottom completely and I'm not losing things left to right?
Again, it's what the camera and the lens can handle over certain distance. So if I've done it with cameras, when you ultimately zoom in on any image or video, the pixels get pixelated and very distorted. But if you set out, again, a laser pointer that goes directly straight and built a platform along that laser line and walked it towards where this boat supposedly went over the horizon, you'll walk straight up to it and the turbines will be perfectly straight and aligned and the same size. So again, it's
So you see, when you get closer, then you can see it better. When you get closer, like in obviously the curvature of the Earth is getting in the way, and you can see it. Well, yeah, because you've gotten a lot closer. And you don't have the distance, and if there is any curvature, well, you've gotten the curvature is now not obstructing your vision anymore. Um, Also, lasers are subject to refraction, which in the Earth in the atmosphere, the air just above the water is a lot denser, and then as you go higher up, density level drops off, and refraction causes light, which is a laser light, to bend towards the denser medium. So yeah, lasers aren't very good for doing observations like that because they tend to be subject to refractive conditions, especially over water.
what we can see with the naked eye and compared to what is being seen through the lens of a camera or a telescope, depending on all kinds of glassware that it's using and mirrors that it's using or mirrorless. So that you have to take that into account now. So you can't use the human eye to look at what the lens of a camera is seeing and make a call and say, oh, that's some scientific explanation for the globe.
Cameras, all they really do, especially zoom, is that they take something that's a lot like that's hard to see, like to resolve with your eye or with the camera, with the sensor or whatever, and it makes it bigger. It just magnifies it. That's all it's doing. It's just a clever way of doing different lenses to allow a magnification of an object. And while you're magnifying an object down, you're losing a field of view. So you go in a very, very narrow field of view. That's why you get something like a digital zoom, and all it's doing is just cropping in to a smaller part of that sensor, and then it's just focusing on that and then blowing that part up. That you get like optical zoom, where it's like actually using lenses and stuff, and then you get digital zoom where it's just then um cropping off a certain part and then blowing up. And that's all it's doing is just magnifying something you can see. But you could probably see it with your eye. Now, if it's too small to see, you can't resolve it anymore with your eye, then that's where the zoom comes in to magnify the certain thing. But that's still within your eye, where you can see it. If it's being obstructed by something, then you cannot see it. No matter you can zoom all you want, you can get a billion times zoom. It's not going to bring it back in if it's being obstructed. Something that flat earthers just cannot seem to grasp. I just don't understand why.
Why bottom up though, and not maybe top down or left to right? Why bottom up?
It's because the ocean is obviously laid out and it's what can be seen from immediately in front of the camera and goes out to a certain distance. So that's what's being compressed and distorted to look like it's different levels above. And the further and the what's out in the distance, whether it's a building, a skyscraper, a boat, a yacht, it's going to kind of rise above that and make it look like those things are below it because of how
Word salad.
the camera has to adjust for the distance, whether it's a kilometer away. Like we cannot see that far ahead of us, and the camera can bring you some image, but it's not going to be perfect depending on the lens, the camera, the technology. So that's what's happening.
So the water, I get okay. So the water is between the camera and the building.
So you're saying that water isn't flat? Because that's kind of what you said in a gish gallopy sort of way. I thought all flat earthers thought that water is flat, especially large bodies of water like the ocean. So did NiCO just falsify or contradict the flat earth claim that water lies flat and level? all over, especially large bodies of water. Kind of sounds like he did now, doesn't it? Oh, fucking dumbass, isn't he?
That's
Yeah.
right. But so is the sky, isn't it? You know, and on a cloudy day like you can see here, the clouds and the sky are still between. So why are we not
Well,
seeing
the
same
sky is
thing?
below the water too. The water is covering some of the sky as well.
Would that
Yeah, so he's just saying that water's not flat and level then. Welcome to the globe, NiCO.
not also perhaps be because you know of curvature and the atmosphere is curved around the Earth? Why would the sky even? I don't know. But let me show this building we see here. Obviously, there's a huge amount missing at the bottom. And if I put this video on, this is the same building. These are all Soundly's. Soundly left years ago from the Flat Earth scene, but he did say anyone could use his content.
Oh, look at that. Blurfs. Somebody else who was a flat earther that has now realized that flat earth is stupid and can't be proven. You know, a lot of flat earthers try to claim that once you go flat, you never go back. Once you wake up to the lies and blah blah blah, gish gallop, word salad, bullshit. But that's not the truth. That's not right. That's not true. Jaron Campanello's on his journey right now. Other people, there's somebody else that was called Duramax. That was on TikTok. He's just simply realized he was about 10 years in the flat Earth. Was Nathan Thompson's good friend, had his personal number and everything. And he suddenly realized that wow, he was wrong. He was so wrong, and now he's trying to wake other people up from the cult of the flat Earth because it's just bullshit. And some people in it are actually quite vile and using it to indoctrinate people to some really horrendous things.
Dead nice guy. What he's done is he's superimposed, he's scaled this picture, and you'll see it's perfectly to scale when they disappear. You'll see just how much of these buildings are missing at the bottom, just how much. We're talking over half. So that's what we see. And here, you know, zooming in and when we overlay it so it perfectly fits, we semi-transparent, we can see that he's got the scale right. We've got over half miss, and I'm just wondering.
There you are, NiCO. That's what evidence do you want there? Go ahead, try to explain that one. Big, huge building. How come you can't see? Well, one of those buildings is completely obstructed. The other one you only see a tiny bit of the top. The other one can only see the top half. Let's see what he says. Should be entertaining.
Given the fact that this is a repeatable thing that we see literally all of the time, it has to be predictable. And I'm just wondering, do you have a way to predict how much should be missing?
So again, if you're going by that and saying this is proof that the Earth is curving and because of this one building is below half, then if you use this data and try to map out the shape and the Earth's going to be tiny. It's not going to.
Fucking dumbass. That went right over his fucking head. Is he beyond the curvature of the Earth as well? Fuck, that went right over his head. Didn't even comprehend it. Shit. I mean, I've seen this already because I kind of looked ahead on this. But luckily, Catz explains it to him a little bit because, well, he was a teacher and he probably dealt with some dumbass kids. But fucking hell, that's pathetic. Typical Flurf.
Account for all of the continents and the people on it. If the Earth is as big and has the amount of people and is curving the way it says, this building should not be halfway below the horizon. Otherwise, the Earth is very, very small then, right? We'd be able to walk around it and
That's why I have a globe that's a squishy base pump protection.
You know, a few hours.
I understand it might look like that from the scale. This is highly zoomed in. This is actually a much greater distance than you might think. But of course, I should have said that before. So yeah, if this was
Catz, it was fucking obvious. He's just been a dumbass.
as close as it looks without zoom, Yes, you'd be right, but it is highly zoomed in. But no, I started tonight to try and find out what drove you to believe what you believe, and I understand that, like you said before at the beginning, and I don't want to straw man you, but you believe that yes, when we actually go to the science and the geometry and what the science says, it does support a globe and it doesn't agree with the Bible, but you don't have faith in that science. And I respect your viewpoint on that. And I've tried to throw some globe observations at you. Have you got any flat Earth observations you want to throw at me that I can try and react to?
It doesn't fit NiCo's preconceived narrative. He's trying to push his narrative of flat Earth. He even says that he's like the leader of the resistance of some sort of like military thing. Which
So first of all, the science.
Oh shit! Why he always dresses up in military gear. So yeah, he's actually kind of trying to be militaristic in a stupid, flirty sort of way. And he's trying to use flat Earth to try to recruit people onto it. He's I'm not even trying to I'm not putting words in his mouth. He's fully admitted to this shit himself. Which is why every time you see him, he's always dressed like he's a soldier. He's never served once in his life. And honestly, I don't know if he'd ever make it because you have to have some rational sense to you, to be a soldier. I mean, I suppose you could, if push came to shove, you could be cannon fodder. Just kind of give him a stick and tell him to run that way. He probably would. At least draw the fire. But I honestly don't think he'd even, volunteer or anything to try to serve. He plays soldier. He wants to be a soldier. He's being the kid who wants to, go around playing general. Unfortunately, if you look at his if you ever look at some of his videos, his badge on the side, I think he's like a sergeant because you can't even figure out how to be a major or a captain or anything. But yeah, it just doesn't fit his narrative, and so he refuses to believe any of it.
Science. Would you trust that science? Look what happened 4 years ago. That same science. I'm going to tiptoe around this because,
please,
again,
yeah, I know where you're going.
Yeah, he's going where most flat earthers go, or conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't trust the science because I didn't do what science tried to tell the whole world to do in 2020 during that thing, right? So, according to the science, I should be dead a long time ago, right?
They never claimed that. In fact, it was like 99% survival rate only for people that have conditions or where they're quite old and don't recover so well. But they never claimed that it was like that fatal or like that. There was like a 99% chance of survival. The vaccine was just was only there to help stop or slow the progression and the spread, and to help people to naturally build immunity to it. It was pretty much just the flu with that just changed a bit or been manipulated. There's certain conspiracies on that, on what it could be, or if it's been changed some way through technology or weaponized. But that's here nor there. That's there's I haven't seen anything definitive. I've heard some things mentioning that this could have been, but that's not the topic of this anyways. So we're gonna leave it at that there. But yeah, I mean, as for other things, I mean, there's a reason why smallpox is no longer around and polio, because those things do work.
Because I did not comply with the mandates and the rules and the mandatory things. So, and it was a big propaganda machine pumping out 24/7. If you don't get it, you're going to end up dead or get your elderly or your.
They never claimed it was fatal to that point. Me and my family didn't. We had like the first one, the one and the booster, and after that, we looked into it. We just decided that it just is to the point. The survival rate was so high that, and all being healthy here, that we just went. You know what? Just our personal knowledge. I didn't think that not getting it or getting it was going to cause anything different. I have heard of some people saying that it's helped. Some people say that hasn't helped at all. Um, and there was a limited time which is effective before eventually wasn't effective anymore. This is their own admissions. Yeah, yeah, I said so if anybody wants to go on about me, said, "Oh, am I up?" No, I'm not. I said I had the first one and the second, and then the up, the two parts of the first one, and then I decided that it just I just didn't want it anymore. And that's personal choice. I don't judge anybody if they have it or don't have it.
Kill your parents or your grandparents if you don't take this medicine, right? Or poison. So that science is not to be trusted the same way that this science.
It's science that NiCO couldn't even fathom to understand. So I mean, him commenting on that is like me commenting on how to build a rocket engine. In fact, I probably even know more than he does when it comes to stuff like that. At least I have some understanding on internal combustion and how it works.
That's supposed to be proving a globe and disproving the Bible is very questionable. So again, that's a good argument I'd like to stick to, is the science said I should be dead, and yet I'm still here.
Science doesn't give a shit about the Bible.
So you don't trust the science. I mean,
No.
I would have different opinions to you on that, but it's not a debate about that. But you don't trust the science. But the point is, am I straw manning you by saying that you agree the science supports a globe? It's just the science you don't trust. Is that a straw man?
The science. Okay, what is science? That's what I'm saying. These are just experiments. Anyone can create an experiment to prove a theory that they believe in, right? So science is easily manipulated and can be made up from scratch to prove something and have it mathematically work, even though it's working on an absolute nothing. That's what.
No, that's not it. Science is the study and experimentation of the natural world around us, and either it works or it doesn't work. It's actually empirically proven and demonstrably true, or it's not. And if science has to be empirical and repeatable, and normally anything that's published has been fact checked and been peer reviewed, and normally has been done several times to ensure that no other confounding variables are manipulating the experiment, and that is true. Because if it's not, then those who are doing it get found out really fast, and then they look really, really bad. And then if in their field of study and stuff what they're doing, then suddenly they're not shit. And that's nothing. That's not what scientists want, and that's not what they would do work for. A lot of people, they've studied a long time. They're getting the PhDs. You're getting into like years and years and years of studying, of education, and a lot of money usually dumped in. That the last thing they're going to do is that they're going to put their reputation on the line by doing dodgy science. So that's science isn't manipulated like that. Science is usually, like I said, it's they try to make sure it's 100% true, and it's proven, and it's factual and empirical.
What science is.
So what I'll do, I've thrown a couple of things at you, and I know you didn't expect them to be thrown at you, and you've been caught on the spot with a couple of them, and I appreciate you giving your answer. What I'm going to do now is give you the chance to throw some flat Earth proofs, not kind of like digs at the globe or digs at science, but an actual proof that the Earth will be flat. I'll log it here, and then I'll try and respond just like you responded to me. So,
all right, I'm always looking for this. Some flat Earth evidence. Let's see what NiCO's got.
I'll log them here so I can go through them. But what's your first flat Earth proof?
Wow. So the first flat Earth proof would be the just the way the world is, the way that we're banned from certain places. That
what? His proof is just the way the world is. No. That's not flat Earth proof. You fucking muppet.
We.
Where are we banned from? Oh yeah, Antarctica. That's false because well, So was it 3 or 4 flat earthers went down there and some Globers? There was no military, no nothing.
Know for a fact they're hiding. So the whole Antarctic Treaty, like no one finds it suspicious that we have a treaty banning. Like we have all these countries in the world get along and agree on this treaty, but in everyday regular life they hate each other. And
Yes, for science and scientific community, they have determined way back in the day, in like, I think it was 1950s, that they're going to have a treaty where it allows for scientific study and discovery in Antarctica, and that there'll be no military or anything down there. So while they may not get along on other ways, and like economically or maybe militarily, there's no military down in Antarctica. That's stipulated. That's why the treaty was designed and written up. Was one to say that no nation will have a military base down there or any kind of military forces, as well as it's meant to be for scientific discovery and also preservation. They want to preserve it. It was a continent, a whole landmass that had not been touched and been tainted by man and was pure and clean, and they wanted to keep it that way because of the scientific discoveries and stuff that can be found there, and also it's quite a fragile ecosystem. So they're very stipulated on how to protect Antarctica. They try to have as minimal impact of humans on Antarctica as possible, even to the point where all waste and trash is taken out. It goes in, whatever you have there, and you take it out. Like even if it comes to the human waste, that's taken out with you. They don't leave that there because it could seep into different things, and they can taint and manipulate and violate the ecosystem and the fragile stuff that's there. I think there's actually a study, not a study, a case in which some guy had gone down there, had some chicken with him, ate some chicken, this before they took stuff out. Obviously, next day, this business, it leaked in, and then somehow got to the food system, the penguins, and penguins ended with bird flu. And they had to obviously um, had to get a hold of those ones who were infected and put them in and segregate them away and what whoever had to cure them or whatever happened to stop it from spreading because it was just ran rampant through the whole population and could have decimated a lot of the penguin population. So things like that. Even we used to have huskies down there. We used to take them down there, and that's used to travel long distances over the Arctic. And they stopped doing it because obviously having huskies there, and they would they'd have to eat, and obviously dogs do their business and stuff. It was just they found it was starting to have a bit of an impact, as well as other things. So now they don't have that. They have just the motorized vehicles like snowmobiles and track trucks and stuff like that. Um, just try to minimize the impact. And even then, like they only have certain routes they take. For safety, because crevasses can open up in the ice. You can have it, it can fall a long ways down. So they have safety routes. They go and they flag a route, make sure people are safe and know where they are, as well as where vehicles are going. So they try to minimize the impact of whatever damage and stuff that can happen from vehicles, as well as specialized vehicles as well.
some of them are at war with each other, but they still hold dear to this treaty because it's so important that Antarctica needs to be protected, even though it's so cold and full of snow and ice and nothing.
Yes, because Antarctica hasn't been tainted and been by man, and it's as pure as it can be, or how it has been for millions of years, and we try to keep it that way because it can tell us a lot about our world.
But yet we just seen a whole experiment take place with there, and the weather looked lovely. It looked like a holiday destination for me. So people, why is there a treaty for somewhere that
Holiday destination, the highest they ever gets in Union Glacier is -1 degree Celsius, and it can go down to like -30s and 40s there. But the highest there, I think, got to -1. And and you think it's holiday destination. Well, some people do go there for holidays. That's why they have Union Glacier Camp, and they have the resort. It's very expensive to go down there because of the logistics going down there. And people do go down there and they do different activities that they're allowed to do. Obviously, there's flights and stuff in there to fly further over scenic stuff over like the geographic South Pole, over the mountains, and they have like the ice marathon that ran there that they had just before the final experiment in there. So that was in the beginning of December, middle of December, and then those same people actually 6 months after that try to go up if they can go to the North Pole. Now there's no land up there. It's usually when it's frozen over. Then if they can, that's and there's a whole thing on that. Then they will run a marathon up there as well. So just give me a second. My dog needs out again. He seems to be having a problem. Hi, sorry about that. He's decided to have some sort of issues. Speaking of huskies, yeah, I own one, and I know he's a dog, but he thinks he's a god. So, yeah, they have a mind of their own. Good dogs, but sometimes they're a real pain in the ass. He's behaving right now, so let's just hopefully get on with this.
That is pretty safe to go to. So
Okay.
let me see. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just going to
just to reply on that one. Is that okay? Sorry. Okay, so let's say the Earth isn't a globe, right? And I believe the Earth is a globe, but it's not. It's actually a dodecahedron or a pyramid shape. And I ask you, can you give me your best dodecahedron proof?
Does NiCO even know what a dodecahedron is? That's that's a good one here. Let's just see. All right, so we're going to show what a dodecahedron is. If I know what that is. Dodeca. Right. I thought so. Something like a three-dimensional pentagon. There you are, dodecahedron. So that's what he's talking about there. Just for anybody who wants to know. There's a dodecahedron right there. All right. Cool. Oop. That's not that one there. Oop. All right, let's move over back over to the other one. We'll continue on with the thing.
Proof or your best pyramid shape proof, you could still say this exact same thing because it's not really actually relating to the geometry, the actual shape of the Earth. It's obviously a distrust of the way things are, but can you expand on that to differentiate between the Earth being flat and the Earth being a dodecahedron or a pyramid? What about this actually makes you think no, it must actually be physically flat?
Well, you can just go back historical accounts of the earth from different civilizations, from different parts of the world, from different cultures, different races. They've all somehow known and come up with the exact same cosmology for our earth with a dome covering it, not in a
Not all cultures, ancient cultures, believe they're covered by a magical salad bowl. And as for some think it's flat at some point. If you look up something like the all right, I'm drawing a blank here. But yeah, not all of them did. And then, but you also think, ancient cultures thousands of years ago, like I said, they didn't really travel a long way, so they just gone by what they knew, which is immediate areas, and they really didn't travel very far. So they would have like local maps, and they think that was their whole world, was just that. For ages, North America was eventually called the New World because they didn't even know about it. There was globes that came out well before North America was ever discovered or Antarctica, and they don't reflect that. They reflect what they knew, but they also knew that the Earth was a globe, but they didn't know about other lands. And then as exploration continued on and they discovered more lands, then they were eventually the maps and the globes and stuff are updated. But there's one from like the um 14 or 1500s, the oldest surviving globe. There's ones that are older, but they weren't complete, weren't surviving. And that was in the 1500s, or actually 1400s, because there's 1492 when it was made. So that's the oldest surviving globe that we have to this date. And North America was even on that.
a triangle pyramid shaped. It's always been the same curved, rounded dome with the stars placed in it, whether it was the Egyptians or Mesopotamians, any or all of them, except our modern day culture with NASA, depicted a flat Earth, firm on its foundations, were some with water above, separating from the waters below, with a dome physical firmament in between.
The word firmament was actually a mistranslation, and it's only in the King James version where the word firmament comes up. But if you look back where it came from, it actually didn't mean a barrier. It meant the sky above. It just meant like the heavens above and then below. A lot of people bring up Warner von Braun because he has uh, a quote on his headstone after he passed away that he didn't even put on there. His wife put on there because he was a staunch Catholic. He was a very strong faith. He also ran the Saturn V um, program for NASA because he was a specialist in rocket technology and stuff like that from Germany. And people, a lot of flat earthers quote that because the King James version says the firmament, but they forget that Warner von Braun was German and he didn't follow the King James version of the Bible. He followed the Germanic version of the Bible, and in that one there, the word means expanse, and so that's why that was put on his headstone, as the expanse is in the universe.
Okay, now when you say historical accounts, I mean, I can't disagree that in the past people thought the Earth was flat. Okay, I can't disagree with that. What I would say to that is, as we learn new things, we rule out certain options because we now know they're impossible, and one of those things was the flat Earth. And but I do agree with you that historically, going back a long time, people would have a very long time. People would have thought the Earth was flat. So I agree.
Ancient cosmology thought that the sun and the moon actually either went through portals or they went below the ground and came up on the other side. So even then, the modern flat Earth model, when it comes to sun and moon, they would have not agreed with the modern flat Earth model, which was actually done by another fella in the 1800s, Robotham. Is when it first came out for the sun and moon doing like circuits and circles above. But the ancient civilizations knew that the sun and the moon rose and arced above and then set below. Now, some thought went through tunnels and got to the side. Some thought went through the portal, or some thought that it was died and then a new one was reborn. There's all sorts of stuff like that. They're trying to explain what they're kind of seen with very, very, very limited knowledge, and and didn't have the modern science and technology we have nowadays. Obviously, we know better now because we have evolved and we have expanded our knowledge and our understanding a lot better. So why do the flat earthers always rely on ancient civilizations? Well, guess what? Ancient civilizations used to think to get rid of a headache, they drilled a hole in your head. So, I mean, now we take a little white pill and our headache goes away, and it's a lot less destructive on you.
Agree with that. But is that in itself? Well, we'll leave that as a proof. I'm going to get, if you don't mind, I'm going to get rid of this first one because it doesn't act as a proof. Well, no, I'll leave it in because otherwise I'm just being a dick and taking away things you've said. But I'm going to put it in red. But
guys, can I just interject? I'm just going to put it out there. Can we do some more super chats because we are getting quite a few?
Yeah.
Or do you want to wait until after this because there could be quite a lot more?
Well, I'll read them, but I was also thinking because we've got the after show booked at 11. People from the chat might want to ask. Should I read them out and we just go straight to questions from chat, maybe, and then we can shut this down and start the after show.
If NiCo's happy to go along them lines, yeah, I'm fine with that.
I think all of the questions from chat will be for you, NiCo, anyway, because you're the guest. So I think you'll be busy in that section. But NiCo, while I'm in this out, I want to say, listen, it's been dead civil, and you're welcome back anytime. So thank you. And feel free to mirror this or do what you want with it on your channel.
I will do. Thanks.
Okay, so where were we up to? We got 50.
9:51. Can't read the other day.
All right. I'm going to stop there. I mean, they read out the super chats, and NiCo just continues with his stupid derpy BS that makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. So I'm going to see. We're going to try something a little different here. So let's just see here. I did say I was going to do some other stuff on this chat, on this live, not just that. So, let me just see here. Bear with me. I am still learning. Right. So we're going to get my arm around this. I did have somebody in here. So hopefully we get more people in eventually, but little by little, nothing else. Then these will go up on my channel and people can see these. So when we're making content, I guess. Right. So and try my new setup up. So we'll see how that goes. I'll be getting a new background soon. New sign. Cool. New light. And yeah, I'm gonna get a new backdrop soon. So it should look pretty cool. Right. So let's just see here. Right, so let's see if we can get into, well, go into TikTok. I don't know if it's still going to be logged in for me. Log in again. Looks like I'm still logged in. All right. Okay, so.
Got a lot of flirt. Got a lot of flirt. Oh, got a lot of flirt. Got a lot of flirt. Oh, got a lot of flirt. Got a lot of flirt. Oh, watch me live.
Going to record what the drone is videoing, which is my screen. And I'm going to go backward.
I'm just going to check through some messages here,
So
see if there's anything here.
It was a green screen. This drone would not be able to fly backward. Toward MC Toon, who's also live streaming.
Let's see if there's any lives I can like, comment on. I don't know why, but it doesn't always want to come up. So yeah, KiNG NiCo's a bit of a freak dumbass. And I've never seen him actually show any kind of evidence or proof of any of his claims. He just spouts a little bullshit, and then or he starts shouting stuff about religion, which is funny because he fully admits he's not actually a Catholic or any kind, doesn't adhere to any singular religion, doesn't or anything like that. He's a born again Christian, and but his in his own way. So um do with that do with that what you may. Let's say I think he wants to become a cult leader. Let's just look in there. All right, let's see here. Let's check out. Oh, actually, I have an idea. I have one. See if this guy's. Listen, Flat Earther sent me something on TikTok here, so we're gonna look at this. I'm gonna see if I can break it down. I might do a video on this separately, but see if we can go to it.
Ignore them. As looking into this, they say we deny stuff from space agencies. We don't deny everything. We just know that they have lied to.
All right, so
us many times, and they've been caught doing so. So we do discredit a lot of the stuff that they tell us to be fact when it comes to what we live on. But I'm not going to deny it. I will use it to show you how it actually ignore them. As looking into this, they say we deny stuff from space agencies.
now see, you look at this here. It's quite obvious. They say those turbines are a lot closer than those turbines there, and yet those are a lot lower. Look how much lower they are, even though like hard to see, but you can see the blades there, and the blades on the other ones here, and yet these are a lot lower, a lot lower. That's like half the height. Because it's less than half the height of this one here. But yet you can't say, oh, it's angular resolution or stuff, the BS that NiCo was claiming, because this is why is it so much lower? Like that should be in the water. If this Earth is flat, then that is sinking, and that one they're sinking as well. And these ones here aren't. But yet they're all, you go there and they're all the same height.
We don't deny everything. We just know that they have lied to us.
They deny everything
many times, and they've been caught doing so. So we do discredit a lot of the stuff that they tell us to be fact when it comes to what we live on. But I'm not going to deny it. I will use it to show you how it actually proves the opposite of what they say. I took a screenshot of these wind turbines that appear to be hidden behind curvature. And you can see that the one that is nearest the viewer, there is more of it showing, and the ones that are further are hidden quite a bit. Even the propellers are dipping down behind the curve. That
yes, because it's behind the curve. Yeah, thank you.
Is exactly what I would have thought seeing this, and it's pretty convincing to your average person that that's curvature causing you to see this phenomena. But thankfully, some researchers took some repeated observations, and not only did they see curve like this vanishing at different times, they noticed that things weren't adding up with how objects that are closer to us were smaller than the objects that were further, even though in reality they are the exact same size.
You're looking at the fact that they're angled differently there. You can see how these ones here, you can see more of the front there, and these here you can see more of the side. So we're looking at the fact that all these turbines may not be facing exactly the same way. They're trying to catch the wind, and trying to get the wind at maybe different angles so you can capitalize more on certain angles with some of these on some ways and in certain angles in other ways, right? They're trying to catch the wind to generate electricity with the most efficiently as possible. So yeah.
This proves that there is magnification going on, and
No, it doesn't all look the same. You can see even then, these here, they look the same. It's just you're talking the lights hitting one's at a certain angle here, and then you're not getting quite the same light hitting that. So that's all that is. He's talking bullshit.
most of us, including me, were not aware that such magnification was happening to the degree that it is, nor what it would do over a flat surface if it was indeed magnifying. And what would be magnifying to this degree? We know there's water in the air, but how do those water droplets do this? It's because these water droplets in the air act like a lens.
Yeah, it have to be uniform though, and to get magnification, you have to have a certain amount of bend to it. So I'll show you here. I know where he's going with this.
And they do a good job of magnifying distant objects. And when you repeat this over a flat surface with a lens that replicates this effect.
Yeah, if you notice that there, I'll show you right here. They have the lens. This is the top of the table. This is the side. And so they have this lens drop down halfway below the table. So you're going to have, there's a table here, and they're going to put the lens. Okay, this is my camera. Here's my lens. They have it sitting like that, right? So we don't observe stuff buried in the ground. We have it up here. Now I've done this exact same experiment because they try to prove this, but I've done it with my camera sitting on the surface, like if it's standing on the ground, like we do, and then I moved something away, and it didn't drop below. It didn't do what they're having here because that's not how we observe things. This is disingenuous, flat earth bullshit they try to do to manipulate and deceive people.
You can see here that the exact same phenomenon happens, and you have
Yes, because your lens is below the fucking side of the table there and pointed up slightly.
objects seemingly vanishing over a curve just like this.
And there they have a lens in front of it to that actually manipulates the opposite way. There's a name for it. Here, let's just see if I can. So, I do apologize. I'm not always I can't think of the names of them, but there you go, diverging lens. So this is what he's using there. Is something like this, right? So it's a concave lens. So, and you'll see that if I can show you here. Back to the one. So what he's showing here is this lens here is shaped like that other one, right? So it goes small in the middle, and it'll give this effect, but that's not how the atmosphere is. We don't. It's not. And then what they do is they'll put it kind of halfway down, so that it's thinner at the bottom, and then thicker at the top, and then they put it halfway, and then see how they have it. They'll have it here, and they move it back, but they're trying to manipulate stuff. But that's not how the water molecules and stuff like that are acting. So, but yeah, so that's kind of that's what it's doing is you get different lenses, diverging lenses, concave lens, biconcave. and it will cause certain objects to do stuff. So we've got convex lenses, which what it does, it takes and it focuses everything into the middle, right? Now, he's trying to say that convex lens, which is like what would be like a magnifying glass, magnifying is happening, right? So thin on the outside, thicker in the middle, right? And it takes all the light and focuses it into one point, right? And then that's how you're getting something big, and it's focusing in, so it's taking all the light in. They're having this, and then they're claiming that it, and what it does is it causes the objects to, as it moves back, it's diverting it out, and it's making it look like it's something setting on a flat surface. All it's doing is it's just moving down as it's moving back. It's the optics, and they're trying to deceive you. Is what they do, and this is a very common trick to flat earthers. That they try to do this to try to prove their point, but that's not how the atmosphere is, and that's not how water droplets randomly all over the place would not cause that, because there's no uniformity to them. It's like you know. Just like water and different humidity in the air, over water or anything else, it's going to be all over the place. So if that was the case, those things be wobbling and working all over the place, which is what you see when you have like refraction and stuff like that. Is that it's denser medium and then coming up, it's moving all over. You have a high refractive rate, high atmospheric disturbance, and yeah. So then it warps and bends it. It doesn't stay nice and uniform like that. So he's talking crap, because all those wind turbines were not being distorted by the atmosphere at all. We weren't getting that atmospheric distortion. That's bullshit. So this is a very common tactic done by flat earthers who try to deceive and hope that people don't look into it. Let's see here. I'm gonna try something here. See if we can do. Diverging lens. Lens. So you see here is a bit of a if I can get it to go bigger or not.
Welcome to Lecture Online, and now we're going to look at some new type of lens called the diverging lens. So we're still in the set where we talk about mirrors and lenses, and especially thin lenses, but the diverging lens is something unique because in this case, when you have lines that are parallel to the normal that shine through a diverging lens, that will of course diverge the rays of light, but the way they will diverge is as if they came from the focal point in front of the lens. So anytime a ray comes through, just draw a line from there to where the ray goes to the lens, and then the ray will then continue along that path, hence the name, the diverging lens. So if we now place an object in front of that lens, and for the first example, I put the object beyond the focal point of the lens, in front of the lens, where will the image appear? And again, we're going to use our techniques, and here's my blue pen, the techniques to figure out where the image will be. We draw our first ray from the top of the object, again parallel to the normal, just like we've done with all the other lenses. And then we realize that the ray will diverge as if it came from the focal point in front of the lens here. Like so. So this is ray number one. Ray number two is through the focal point, but since this is a diverging lens, the focal length is a negative focal length, therefore the focal length is a negative 25 centimeters. So the focal point of interest would be the one back here. So we want to try to draw a line, a ray line from here to this focal point right there. And when we do that, of course, we get to the lens, and instead of continuing to the focal point, it will diverge, and that will continue then parallel to the normal beyond that point. And that will be ray number two. And of course, we need a little eyeball right here because the observer will be on the other side of the the lens and looking back, seeing those two rays diverging. Obviously, they're not coming together, forming an image on the right side of the lens, but the brain kicks into action and says, oh, I know where those rays are coming from. The number one is coming from over here. Number two is coming from over here. And where those two lines meet right there, that's where the brain will put an image. And so the image will appear right over there. Now, let's go ahead and use our equations to figure out where the exact location of the image is. Again, we use the same.
So even though the image is higher up there, because of how the rays are being bent through here, it thinks it's down here. So this is manipulation that flat earthers have got onto to try to make it look like their sun is setting, but it's not. The atmosphere is not a diverging lens.
Equation S.
Remember, he claimed that it was this magnification. This would not be magnification.
S prime, that's the distance to the image, is equal to S times F, that's the distance to the object, and the focal length, divided by S minus F. And plug in the numbers that we have. Let's see here. S is 50 centimeters, and the F is a minus 25 centimeters. Remember, for a diverging lens, the focal length is negative, divided by 50 minus a minus 25. And so this will give us, let's see, 1,250. That would be a minus, divided by 50 minus minus 25 would be a positive 75. And, let me grab my calculator, what is that equal to? So we have 1250 divided by 75. And yes, indeed, that would be a minus 16.7 centimeters. And so you can see here, if the focal point is 25 centimeters away from the lens, you can see that the image is about that distance. And so we found S prime here, S prime. Of course, it's going to be a negative 16.7 centimeters. Negative, of course, means that it's in front of the lens, and therefore that makes that a virtual image. So I is virtual because it's in front of the lens. It's not a real image. And of course, that's indicated by the negative sign in front of the image distance. Now, the magnification, M, is equal to minus S prime over S. So it'll be minus a minus 16.7 divided by S, which is 50. And that looks like it's about 1/3. Yes, it is. So that would be a positive 1/3. 1/3 means that it's 1/3 the size of the object. And the fact that it's positive means that it's in the same orientation as the object. Therefore, it is upright. And that's how we find the image with a diverging lens.
As you just pointed out, it'd be 1/3 the size. So it's not magnification. So that here, and what they're claiming, the only way to get that to work, it actually falsifies his claim. Like I said,
buildings, the sun will set, all of these things happen. And as you can see here, when there's less moisture in the air, things don't magnify as great, and even sunsets look a bit different.
see that there is a sunset, and as it's going down, it's going through more atmosphere, and there's haze here. As you can see, this actually it's not clear. It's haze, and so it's blocking more and more light, and you're getting more, you're seeing less of the see, yeah. So all you do is it's blocking it down to like what a solar filter would be. So you're getting less of that the brightness of the sun. It's being blocked more, and you're getting. I cannot think of the words right now, but it is nearly midnight. So glare. Sorry, that's it. Crap. You're getting less glare off the sun. So as it's, when it's higher up, you got less atmosphere, you got less haze and stuff in between you. So you got more glare off the sun. As it's setting down, you're seeing less glare. And as I said before, with the solar filter, where you don't see where the sun actually looks smaller, when you have a filter, which filters out all the glare compared to the moon, you can see the sun is actually smaller. It appears the same size because you're getting kind of glare, the same kind of glare through the atmosphere.
It's one of the reasons we love.
But if you had a solar filter the whole time, that sun would not have changed angular size, and this has been proven many times. With photographers putting on a proper solar filter and then measuring it. If you don't believe me, look at Dave McKeegan just done one. And he did 26 hours time lapse following the sun he was in Antarctica in December. And you can see the sun the sunspots on it. You can actually see them moving, and you can also see the sun does not change angular size at all in 20. I think it's over 24 hours. It was. They tracked the sun with a equatorial mount and never changed size once.
Going to the beach because that sun, as it's setting, looks so large, and you can actually stare directly at it.
Yeah, don't stare directly at the sun. That's how you destroy your freaking eyes. And as far as it looking large, it's only because when you have a point of reference, when you have something to look and you can see the size that compare it to, then you can see the sun looks big. Same thing with the moon. But if you actually held up like a coin, or say the moon high up, and then if you're able to follow it all the way down or measure it, you'd see that it doesn't actually change size at all.
Because that water filters out light, similar to when you go down into the ocean. We can't study the bottom of the Marianas Trench from.
We can. Well, it's not very often. There's only certain crafts that go down there, but they are studying it.
From the surface, because light will not reach the bottom.
Also, because of the pressure of the ocean, we to build a craft that can take that kind of pressure for a long time is a massive feat. If you don't believe me, look into the Titan sub that went down to the Titanic.
You have to send something down there that can shine its own light and have cameras to see the bottom. If you've ever gone scuba diving, you've probably encountered that problem. Once you go below a certain amount of feet, it gets darker and darker till eventually you can no longer see the surface or the sun that is directly above you. That's what.
Yes, because water, enough water is starting to bend. Light slows down, it gets bent, because it gets refracted, and eventually it's just not able to make it to a certain point. Yeah, we all know that. That proves nothing.
What happens here, that's how the sun goes down, and it's repeatable and something we can experiment with on a smaller scale. It's not easy, but you can definitely repeat that on a small scale with water or a magnifying lens of your choice and get the same results.
But there's not enough water in our atmosphere. We have air, right? There's he's talking like a little water in the air. What water? Right? Like I said, you got some moisture in the air and over that, but that's not what he's claiming at all.
Now that we've got that out of the way, let's look at some of the proof that we have that goes directly against such observations where we see too far and we are told that it is a mirage. And a mirage, which most people are aware, is actually an optical illusion that's caused by atmospheric conditions, especially the appearance of a sheet of water in a desert or on a hot road, caused by the refraction of light from the sky by heated air. You can see here, it looks like the sky
is due to a pressure density, pressure variation closer down. And what you're actually seeing there is a Faramagana mirage, in which is that you have a thinner layer, denser layer, thinner layer on top, and it causes where you get that effect. That's only like saying because that's over the road, which the road is getting really hot, so it's heating the air right above it, and then the air above that is cooler, but then the air above that is a bit warmer because the sun's heating the air from above it. And yes, you get that effect.
Sky is just flowing right directly into the street. That's not what happens. It's a mirroring effect, and you can see it here where this ship appears to be upside down. This is a mirage. This right here is actually the ship. It's not a mirage. The horizon is now gone, and there is a false horizon that is closer to the view.
Yeah, it only happens in certain atmospheric conditions. It's called a Faramagana mirage, and it's only if you have certain atmospheric conditions that where you get this.
We're right here. This is not the real horizon. The horizon will change, rise, and fall due to the amount of water in the air.
It's not. It's down to the density of the air above it, and it depends on the heat. But it's all down to you have different densities of the atmosphere as throughout the day, and it always depends on if it's being heated and cooled. That's why sometimes you'll have different observations you can see at different points. If it's like certain days, you get the right perfect conditions, or different times of day, and that's because with the densities are changing. The atmosphere is moving around.
You can see that with time lapse, where a shoreline will vanish behind what looks to be a curve, and then it'll appear again. Even the distant mountains will drop as the curve rises. Some really cool.
You see how they're all moving at different rates, and that's because with the that's just with the atmosphere, and you're having different densities at different points.
Things that all have to do with water in the air. The surface of the water is not waving like a flag. It just appears to be as these moisture levels change. That's why it takes repeated observations, and people have done that. People in this community have gone out there, thought they found curve, but came back again and saw that it was missing, and even entire lighthouses can vanish behind this curve.
Yeah, and that's why you need to know what the atmospheric conditions are when you do your observations. You need to know the temperatures and the humidity levels at the time, so that you can account for that. There is actually ways of being able to calculate for that and to know what your atmospheric conditions were and how much refraction should be seen. And normally, whenever flat earthers say that we can see too far, it's because you have a perfect certain condition. But you go back another day, and then those conditions are different, and then you don't see the observations that they claim proves a flat Earth, i.e., the black swan. We have uh, the oil platforms off of California. There we have Hill House and Habitat House platforms, and the one they always use is a certain one, but you can see there's a high degree of atmospheric refraction due to the all the cranes and stuff all being twisted, all bendy and wavy and stuff like that. But then there's people have gone back and taken the exact same shot for the same place, and those cranes are a lot straighter, where there's not nearly as much refraction, and those platforms appear a lot lower down. And in fact, the horizon is a lot more defined, which the other one that is used by flat Earth a lot of times. Yeah, there's actually a few different horizons. That's down to the refractive levels. It's bringing, because what refraction is, it brings things up higher. It causes light to bend down to our eyes, and we have high refractive conditions. Then things further away will appear to bring them up higher, a bit higher, and you can see a little bit further. So that's why we'll always, every time a flat earther brings up a long distance observation, I always ask, did they account for refraction? 99.9% of the time, they didn't.
And when conditions are better and drier, the lighthouse appears again, as it should if there were no curvature. Now,
yeah, but he's making claims, but yet I still have not seen any kind of evidence or measurements or anything to prove this. Like, how far was that? How high was observer? How far was the lighthouse? How high is the lighthouse? What time of day was it? What was the atmospheric index? How much? None of this stuff is ever accounted for or given in any kind of flat Earth measurements, if they do any measurements at all.
that's not it. There are far more proofs that we're going to get into and that counteract this, and it's the long distance photos where we now know they are not a mirage, because when we look at them, they are right side up. And
as you see here, see how this is all twisted? These are supposed to be straight. A high refractive index here. There's a lot of atmospheric disturbances and stuff here. High refractive index. And you have a horizon there. You have a horizon there. And in fact, if you look further here, which they don't zoom in, there's actually a boat here, and you only see part of the boat, and that's because the is being twisted. Even here, that should be straight. It's not. That should be straight, but it's not. But I have pictures of this that I've put up on my page, and it shows the exact same platforms, and yeah, you can only see where my mouse is up there.
and they are from distances that shouldn't be possible on a globe.
But they work perfect if you account for the atmospheric refraction in this, which is a high refractive rate. It works perfectly on a globe. The globe can still explain this.
At their current elevation. And elevation is key because that changes the math on the curve calculator. When you put in the elevation of 1 foot high, you should have a horizon that's a little over a mile away. But we can see things.
Yes, that's without accounting for the atmosphere that we are actually looking on through. The Flurfs love to try to keep that out.
That are over 9 miles away, and the horizon is even further than that. This is not a mirage. And
I also ask, why is it that here you have like a platform on the bottom there, a walkway? How come that is in the water, but yet this one here, it's above the water? And the flat earthers tend to run away from that. They don't want to answer that because they know what the answer is.
you can tell that it's not as magnified as the wind turbines because this oil rig looks smaller than the one that's closer. If you have the opposite effect and this one looks larger, then you're going to start seeing that magnification lensing effect come into place, and there will be a curve here. You could definitely come back on a different day when this one looks larger and see that
it won't look larger, but it will be not nearly as distorted.
That there is an illusion of curve. It's repeatable. You guys can do this yourself. Don't just take the very first image you see as proof of anything. Continue the investigation. And now,
so this is that's something that Flat Earther sent to me, but it's just a little hooey. I haven't seen, there was not a single evidence or proof there that they, one, that they did it themselves, or two, that they could actually prove. I mean, none of that stuff, they just make up BS stuff. I'm sure this guy sent me a different one, or is that the one he's, I'm sure he sent me something else. Oh, maybe not. Huh. He changed. Yeah. All right.
Of the Earth. Here, let's talk about the Earth. If you have your globe Earth, it comes down, and on the bottom is the continent of Antarctica.
Yes.
Okay. Nobody's circling around Antarctica or around its shoreline because it should take a month, but it takes 3 years of the Earth. Here, let's talk about the.
Right. That's a good point. And that just happened recently. So let's show you something here. Let's get off this one here. Right. This one here. That happened just recently. So actually I do one on this. So this is the Vendée Globe. It is a yacht race. It's, I think it's held every couple of years. And it's they sail from France, start from France, and they travel down and around the Antarctica and come back up. And there should be a tracker here. Now it's over now. It was November, I think they did this. So now the time and the distances that they did for this falsifies the flat Earth. So I'm going to show you here. It should be a way of, okay, so they've all made it back. Okay. So you can watch here. See here, these are all different points where there's videos. These guys are GPS tracked the whole way. I'll show you something here. Let's see here. Two hands on this. Get my hands on the mouse. Okay, so this was GPS tracked. So this is a route they took. You can have the time. So the 12th. 05, 2024. So this actually was in December. This is now the 12th month, first day. See how it changes. So this was December. So they start off. Right, so they take off, and this is a race to go from France. Right. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more. Then Dave Weiss just said that this can't be done. Right. Nobody does this. Now, there's people that actually have soloed this. And in fact, all these boats are solo. Now they stay out of this area because of icebergs and stuff. These are only small yachts, right? These are like racing yachts, so they're fragile. So they stay out of a certain area here. They stay from any icebergs and stuff like that. That's down that could cause a problem. That's why it's called the exclusion zone. Now some do cross into it a little bit. You'll see some that actually kind of go a little bit in. They come out. Now the most dangerous part is right here where they have to go past the peninsula here. Now this is tracked. Like I said, GPS tracked all the way back up. And you can come onto the site right now. This happened just a couple months ago. So they got back on the 24th of oh no, yeah, so here. 6th of the 1st. So it just ended not long ago. The year ended last month. Or the year. So and they're coming to port here. So you can look up all the information here. You can look up different pictures from some of the participants. Look up videos of them talking. Some are French, so you speak French. This is a picture of the people one of the people doing it. These are different photographs here that some of them have took. And you can look at some of their videos and stuff that they've took on the way. So this is something that happens every few years, and this is only possible because we live on a globe. If this was the if the Earth was flat, they would not have been. Would not be able to do this. They do it around this time of year because down here is the summertime, so the conditions are more favorable. It's still dodgy. It's still quite dodgy to go. Especially when you hit between the end of Chile there and Antarctica, one of the most dangerous straits in the world. And there's times to get some of the currents and the winds going through here, and they sometimes can't go. They have to wait for the conditions to change. Even big ships and stuff won't go through there. So it's hitting at the right time. So some of these guys back here may hit, really catch up. This can be a great equalizer, or they can get caught even further back, and people can make it through. So it's one of those areas that's known for anybody who sails. But yeah, this is evidence of this is something that happens every few years, and there's different races that happen. There's I think there's one that launches from Australia, goes around Antarctica as well. So yeah, David Weiss said that you can't do that. Dandy Globe proves that you can, and these people do it all the time. But gotta light a flurf, right? Gotta light a flurf.
The Earth. If you have your globe Earth, it comes down, and on the bottom is the continent of Antarctica.
Yes.
Okay? Nobody's.
See, there's no bottom to that. So here is a toy version of a globe, right? Which way is the bottom? Do that. Which way is the bottom, right? There's no bottom or top to a sphere, right? I could grab another sphere right here, a ball, just toss it, show me where the bottom and the top is, right? That's what we're talking about. There's no bottom or top to this, right? If I had no pictures on here, you wouldn't have any idea which way I'm holding that, right? You could be flying in space, aliens come up, see it like that, and they could think that the bottom's the other way, right? There's no bottom or top, right? North and south doesn't mean bottom and top. It's just arbitrary directions to kind of give us directions so for navigation.
Circling around Antarctica or around its shoreline because it should take a month, but it takes 3 years.
It doesn't. Yeah, 74 days.
Of the Earth. Here, let's talk about the Earth. If you have your globe Earth, it comes down.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dave. He's a scammer. If you have his app, get rid of it. It's still leaking data to this day. Anything here? You have Stingray. He's a clever guy. Stingray. He's 3D special effects.
Matt's
professional.
doing what Matt does, but
Matt's
so, yeah.
Matt's wealthy as fuck and got right connections as well, and he's probably the most intelligent person. Just likes a bit of common sense.
Globe in 2 halves and broke the shit out of it. I don't know how much.
I know.
Whatever you want to call it, said, yeah, I have an announcement next week that'll impact the entire nation. Press conference date will be announced soon. So it sounds like it's going to be.
Trying to remove yourself from that system could be virtually impossible. Even your vegan lifestyles hurt animals. So it's kind of hard to just abandon all of the systems that were put in place before we were even alive and just decide to all do like...
So you're saying that because the system is in place and that means that we should just be complacent in it? Even
it's not like that. Look, God created human being and the jinn kind, the unseen world, to...
What went live in 4 years?
TikTok
oh no, that was cute. That was cute. Hello, fine. Cool. So that was cute. This is where I lose majority of my. Some of the comments. I know, Mike.
If anybody interested, this is actually my TikTok here. This is kind of where I started doing it. A lot of my content. So come check it out. I've got some here where I measured the curvature with the horizon drops from below eye level using the Theodolite app. And then here where it actually was used with it didn't the whole lensing thing, all that stuff is BS. And I proved it, and it actually showed like a ship dipping below. This is off of the coast of Wales. And I think I have another one here. Yeah. So several different ones here. I have actually gone out and done observations myself. Flat earthers don't do. Or done real research. So all right. Is anybody live? I don't know. I don't know if Globey's on. will be. What's supposed to be right? I don't know if I got his name in there right. I probably didn't spell it correctly. There he is. Will be today. I wonder if anybody's live. Let's just see here. Who's live?
Neil, hello, how are we?
I was banned from your channel.
Mick McToon. Yes. Mick McToon? Mick McNeil, sorry, I got your name wrong. I'm Craig McToon and you're Mick McNeil, that's right, yeah. Is it Mike McNeil, I think I am? I don't know, one of them. Let's ask Santos. Santos, what do you think? What's our name, Santos?
I'm masturbating.
Oh, he's a bit busy.
Oh, no, not again.
No. Yeah, Santos, do you think you can maybe do that later?
You know, I want to be a urinator. This morning, I went to the toilet.
I mean, well done.
It's a good boy. It's a good boy.
It's taken him 40 to 60 years to learn that. I mean,
Did somebody let you outside so you can go poo-poo?
How you doing, Toon?
I'm great.
I'd like to welcome everybody to the final announcements for the finalists for the Top Left 2025 awards. There is only 8 spaces available and just so much stupid. Unfortunately, all of the stupid couldn't be put into it. And we did have a meeting beforehand. We unanimously decided that McFlatty wasn't allowed to take part because he would just win automatically. So unfortunately, McFlatty, even though he got some votes and stuff, his mum did say, no, it's not fair because he'd just win.
Yeah, I suppose. Now, you probably need to tell people to be careful.
Be careful.
What kind of protection might people need?
Oh, well, there's 2 types of protection that's needed in general, right? One of the types of protection is a facepalm protection, right? This is always going to be needed when talking about Top Left. However, because one of the, possible nominations likes to... I would also advise wearing some kind of spit protection. But I would like to congratulate the 53 people that got these one of a kind only available on my mega stream over the weekend. I did not expect to sell 53. And I actually bought the entirety of that company's stock of oven gloves, and they were probably thinking, why the hell am I packing all these oven gloves to one person? Yeah, I'm going to get one of those when I'm in America because, I've only got a certain amount of baggage space, and I feel like some proper protection is needed. So whilst I'm in America, I'm going to pick up, some real spit protection.
Yeah, maybe a whole hazmat suit just in case.
Yeah, I'll probably be able to smell him.
Yeah.
I can't believe... Why does he think, right, that he can... he sucks at debating flat earth. He sucks at debating relativity. Why does he think he can go into all of a sudden debate politics and philosophy and trans? Because he sucks at it.
Well, he needs to spread the suck around, right? All right.
He's going to lose a debate so hard, and it's going to be hilarious. I am going to be there with my facepalm protection in the front seat, watching and recording.
So apparently somebody, I don't know who he's debating, but this person who he's debating, somebody was telling me that they are a big hater on Starlink.
Yeah.
So I thought the irony that Witspit, who denies that satellites orbit the globe, used satellites orbiting the globe to live stream. When he said that,
you see Witspit. That's funny.
He had been.
Buffering. I might be overloading my PC here. It seems to be alright, I think. Oh, not really. She's working hard.
Doesn't like it.
Yeah. Amazing. Tend to use my facepalm protection a lot, and maybe shout boo every now and then.
If you, it's not facepalm protection you need to wear though.
Oh,
it's the face shield.
Well, he'll be on stage at that point. I think he'll be far enough away. Maybe I can give Brandon Wu some of that.
Yeah, offer it to his interlocutor.
It's just hilarious that he's like, he goes to Antarctica, does all this stuff, comes back and says, no, we just proved the Earth is flat. Yet when invited to debate live, didn't choose to debate Flat Earth. Hasn't spoken about Flat Earth since he got back.
Well, he does on the other the Globebusters channel. Oh. So that's which. Have you looked at the views on that?
Yeah, not many.
It's right up there with.
We're gonna check out Mikey Smith. I've heard of this fella. I don't know if he's actually I don't know his he is on here. He's a flat earther. Oh, there he is, Mikey Smith. Oh, let's see what he's got. I'll experiment the big sun. Oh yeah. He's another Canadian. I think he lives in Saskatchewan or around that area. So not the sharpest tool in the shed. Just close that. I don't think he's live.
All right, guys. New camera in progress. Yeah, progress.
He looks like a thumb.
We won't be pointing my laser at this one.
Yeah, that's how smart he is. He points the laser at his camera and fuck the sensor. Good job, mate. That's a face palm right there.
All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. We got a video to review. Hey, where am I here?
This is the guy that tried to measure the temperature of the sun using a thermal, like a laser thermometer sort of thing. So that shows you the level of stupid we're dealing with. That is funny.
Goal. Now, what's the question of the day? I have to email myself. Actually, I already did. What am I talking about? We're going to review something later on. in the stream. We're doing like a camera test here. We got a camera on sale today, which sounds good to me. Not too bad. Logitech 100 full HD with a microphone, hopefully, I think. Yeah, built-in microphone, privacy shutter, and that's the camera that I'm using.
Is that why his audio is so crap? He's using his camera's mic instead of like buying a microphone? Dude.
So it's all good. Back in business, I think. Yeah, built-in microphone, privacy.
Let's check out and see what his camera's like. Just curiosity.
Shutter, and that's the.
So, Brio 100 Logitech. Hey, how about we have a little. Let's see here. Am I still sharing the screen? Is this one working? Yeah. Right. Logitech Brio 100. Let's see here. Just for shits and giggles. Logitech Brio 100 full HD camera. £45, eh? Full HD. I mean, yeah. So it's 180p, 30 frames per second, 720p, 30 frames, megapixels, 2 megapixels, fixed focus, lens type, 4 elements of plastic lens with anti-reflective coating, 2 megabit round when needed, omnidirectional microphone, 58 degrees. So I just bought one recently. It's the one I'm using now. Before I was using using my desktop, my laptop's built-in camera, which is 720p, and now I got 1080p full HD. I didn't pay nearly that much though, I tell you that. And don't get me wrong, but I think the image seems to be. I mean, the image is pretty damn good. I got a ring light as well. I don't know if Mikey has that, but yeah, it's I paid like moth. Go away, moth. I got I think I got like £8, so not £45. Now, obviously, I don't think the microphone's not that good, but that's not a big deal. I don't really care because obviously I have a microphone that's with the soundboard and everything. So it's a bit I still think, well, my microphone and everything is what he paid for his for his camera. So if you wreck his camera, he'd actually have a better streaming platform or live thing. There, so you can do that a bit better. I think I'm still learning myself, but yeah, it's a bit better at that. But all right, so that's what Mikey's crack along with. Ooh, I went to the wrong word. There we go. That's the one. Oops. All right.
Camera that I'm using. So it's all good. Back in business.
That's the camera he's using right now, and honestly, his quality is even better than what I got right now, and I paid like a lot less.
But we do have a.
And for the price of his camera, I got a ring light, I got probably a camera, and £8, 24, 30. Yeah, so I got a ring light and a camera, so probably got better picture quality for a lot. I still had money in my pocket.
Oh, this is a TikTok one. Well, we don't need sound anyway, so I'll play it on the stream here. It's gonna be probably the same video as I did before a few weeks ago when I put in the video for the fake sun, when the sun went in behind the pole and went vamos.
Hold on, so because the sun went behind a pole. The pole's in the way, then and it's wide enough, then and you got like a small camera with a small sensor, then yeah, it's gonna block the light for a second. I mean, that's doesn't mean it's fake. But then this is Mikey Smith. He's definitely the sharpest tool in the shed.
And bye-bye. Logical observations. What is going on? I went to the city today, at least the closer city to me today, to pick up a new webcam, and it seems to be working. I wasn't sure on what to do because obviously the machine had its own camera, so I'm like, okay, well, me not knowing too much about computers, I'm like, what am I going to do when I plug in the USB? Is the computer automatically going to recognize that? And how does that work? And blah, blah, blah. So I phoned my friend in Vancouver. He wasn't able to help me at the time because he was busy and his phone needed to be charged. And so I'm like, okay, well, I got to man up and figure this out myself. So obviously Google has the answer to everything. Whether it's the right answer or not, who knows? But they did have the right answer.
Well, that's when you do your own research. Maybe look into it. If you're not sure of the answer, then look for credible sources. Google's only a search engine. It doesn't always give you like the answer. It'll give you some answers, and it'll give you pointing in a direction. You need to go find the answers yourself.
Answer for me installing a new camera on my machine. So we got that.
Which is funny because in 2025, he can't figure out that most webcams are plug and play, and will either download the drivers if needed, or it's quite easy to find. Logitech sometimes has their own drivers, but a lot of times Windows will recognize it and install the drivers for you. So it's really not difficult. Mine was like didn't even need any drivers. It's driverless and works just as well as Mikey Smith's.
That all figured out. Ricky, it's like minus a million outside. You're not going out. It's cold out tonight. Actually, it's going to get colder and colder as the night goes on. It is currently minus 28, and with the wind chill, minus 35. And it's supposed to go to.
And that's one thing I don't miss about Canada. I mean, I kind of miss some of the snow, and some of the cold was kind of nice and really refreshing. But that's one thing I really don't miss all that much here. Like where I live, it rarely gets to zero even. So, and snow lasts. Like if you get snowfall here, everybody panics because nobody's used to it, and it usually lasts maybe a week if that, and that's it. And I don't want to talk on snow. I'm talking like that much if so.
To 30 minus 37, which is all right, I guess. It can be worse.
Yeah, I live in Alberta. This is usually the time of year where you get probably the most snowfall. In fact, April was like typically the months we had the largest amounts of snowfall. You get up and be like a foot dump, but the temperature wasn't always as bad. Even now, it's still pretty cold in Canada in February. January, February gets quite cold, and it'll start warming up pretty quick. But yeah, the temperatures are still cold enough, but you don't get snow normally in really cold temperatures. It's usually when it warms up a bit more, then you can get precipitation, and obviously being minus, it turns to snow.
So yeah, we will show you the video here. Of course, Mick Looney Tune, when he exited out of the, whatever you want to call it, the shed, the office, the building, the house, the Quonset, whatever you want to call it, when he was supposedly in Antarctica. We will show you. And this is not one of the videos that some of these guys are going to take and say, hey, why is Mike talking about this? He can't prove or disprove this. Why is he doing this? You know, it's not going to be one of these videos where you can say, well, see, Mike took this and he edited it this and he did this, and the other person who he got that from, he edited this and put that in there. No. It's not going to be one of those, because you want to know something? I really hate using other people's videos because I can't confirm any of it. This is why I produce my own content. Did you ever think about doing that when you run your own damn channel? No, Mike, I never thought about that. I like using other people's content. Makes my life a whole lot easier. Yeah, I know. Because you ain't doing shit about anything. You don't even care that you're getting ass fucked from the government. And it seems like I'm the only one who cares. Anyways, flat fry. That is a good one. I like that one. I don't have my pictures in my apartment right now, but I did go print off.
Man, the waffling and bringing BS from him. I might have to skip just a bit.
I should have brought them in because I knew I was going to go live. I'm very happy I got this webcam, by the way, because, yeah, anyways. You guys, I don't know what to say about the final experiment. I don't have much to say other than I ignore it, okay? Because
he ignores it because it completely destroys and falsifies his narrative and his ideologies. And, well, Mikey's just not smart enough to actually be able to do much with it. Because all the experiments and stuff go way above his bald head.
What is there to say other than who cares? Okay, the final experiment? What do you mean by the final experiment?
I mean, who cares? Most of the flat earth community seems to care because they're all flapping and freaking trying to do everything they can and taking vast amounts of copium to try to cling on to their fantasy flat earth.
Shouldn't you say the only experiment? Maybe the first? How is it the final one? You have...
Yeah, it's a name. It's marketing. Flat earthers don't seem to be able to understand this, but it was just marketing.
Started doing experiments in the first place. How is this the final one? It's the only and final one, is that you should say? I don't know.
They get so hung up on the stupid name. It's just the final experiment because there's like marketing to say the experiment to end the debate, the flat and final, because something that Dean Odell had said in a debate, and Will Duffy heard him and went, that's a good idea. He was looking for something to do. He wanted to get into this. And that was the one that kind of, he looked into it, and a lot of flat earthers are saying that we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It destroys and falsifies the flat earth. And he went, okay, let's go do that. And he had some money, so he decided to go do it and decided to take some flat earthers with him, because the funny thing is flat earthers kept claiming stuff about Antarctica, but all of them are too afraid to go. And in fact, the Flat Earth Dave, the one seen earlier in here, he was offered it and he refused flatly. Eric Dubay was offered to go. He flatly refused. was a few. The only reason Austin Whitsitt went is because Jaron Campanello wanted to go, but he was afraid of going by himself because he had this thing of, ooh, something might happen to us, so might get unalived or might get kidnapped. So he wanted to bring a friend, and Will Duffy went, all right, fine, fair enough, because he was going to take one globe earther, pay for him, and one flat earther, and pay for the full trip. And anybody else could crowdfund and come with them. He was open to anybody who wanted to go. I could have gone if I had the money and the time. And but he was willing to do that and say, all right, fine. Yeah, obviously had the money to spare. And he went, okay, fine, because he was getting so many no's and crap from flat earthers. He wanted to make this a legit thing, and so he got Jaron to go down, and pretty much just Whitsitt was just baggage, but yeah, so he got them down there, and then some other flat earthers crowdfund was one went. I think Candace Owens, producer, who's a flat earther, she paid for him. He went, and then there's a girl named Elizabeth that somebody paid for her trip out of their pocket, so she went down. And then obviously MC Toon, he crowdfunded, got himself down there, and then Dave McKeegan was paid for by Will Duffy. So yeah, it was a experiment to try to squash or put an end to either prove or disprove the flat Earth, or prove or disprove the globe. That's why it was called a final experiment. But it wasn't like a final experiment, because there's never any final. There's always more. You're an experiment and you got more questions and you try different things. That's flat Earthers are hung up on that crap.
Anyways, I raced home to record looking for Into Flat Earth for over 10 years now. I know. Thanks a lot, buddy. Yeah. The flat earthers here in the world, here they are on this plane level. This is a graph, okay? They are on this graph, this line, this heartbeat that runs from the left to the right to the left.
That's flat earthers intellect. This IQ. That's pretty much how the flat earth IQ goes. This doesn't go anywhere.
And it's level.
Yep, it is.
And they continue on doing nothing.
Yep, they do.
See this line? They do nothing. They sit there and watch YouTube videos, debates. They don't tell their family or their friends that the earth is flat.
No, because they get ridiculed.
They don't go out in the community holding flat earth signs in front of Walmart. And the line
No, because they'll probably be thrown into a asylum.
Never moves. It's always here. They don't want to grow in their knowledge or trying to figure shit out for themselves. I do not know why. I don't take everything that everybody does and just say, yeah, that's the right answer. Yeah, there's two suns because Globebusters said, yeah, there's where the stars are.
I'm trying to get past all this rambling and BS. See if we actually get to if he wants to prove anything, or is he just going to gish gallop and ramble on?
And where you're going in reference to those stars, because you can't see where you're going. So I'm like, this isn't working. We've got to. I tried. So then I'm like, well, let me.
Celestial navigation doesn't work on flat Earth. If you try, you need to have 3 points of celestial points to get. And many have tried. There's challenges out there. MC Toon's got one out there for any flat earther who can use flat Earth geometry and math, and use celestial navigation. She's put out some coordinates, and if you can use flat Earth to use the sextant coordinates to to 3 different celestial bodies, and if you can find where the GP is for each of those, to give yourself to know where, using those things on the ground position to find out what position is at, send that in, show them all on the map, and then they'll send you some 3 other ones. And if you can use that using only flat Earth math and prove it, then he'll give you like $10,000. And that's been out for years now. Single flat earthers ever been able to do it. He put out the same exact challenge at the same time for the globe. He used the globe math, and I think it took people like 20 minutes. And he had like in a day to do loads of stuff.
Get a monoscope of my own. It was just a small one. I don't have it here. I don't know where it is. It's usually on the table here somewhere. It's just a little 6 or 7 inch monoscope. It has some good zooming capability. Easy to handle because it's just small, you know, size of a banana.
Oh, is you talking like a rangefinder or like something like that? It's like a little yeah, it's like an observation scope, probably.
And so again, it's still one eyepiece. It's not working. I can't do this. I need to know where I'm going in reference to from here to over here, you know, or up or down. Where's this star in relation to another star way out in the wilderness, you know?
You're talking like doing like celestial navigation on land with like using you need a sextant for that. A monoscope won't do that.
I'm like, I got to get binoculars. I have to get binoculars.
Yeah, he's not going to do celestial navigation with binoculars. You need a sextant, which can give you the angles of the horizon onto the star, and then you're able to use some math, and then do the to figure out the GP of each one, and if, from there you have to several different observations to be able to coordinate where you are, and then how to navigate to where you want to go.
At least ones that I could hook up a cell phone mount to, so I can use my cell phone.
You can get like Amazon and stuff like that. You can get like just generic ones that attached to binoculars or a scope if it's got a decent size eyepiece.
Phone mount is on the floor over there, so I ended up getting these, and I have some bigger ones also. They're actually on the floor here. So I figured out, because you can cover one eyepiece with your cell phone here and record what you're looking through here. So now you can find what you're looking for and still be able to record. And you can kind of, you know, look up as you're looking through here. You can still reference what you're looking at and find it. You can see it up on the phone here. And that was working wonderful, except I had a very crappy tripod and a very crappy cell phone mount. If you're going to do stuff, buy equipment, don't go cheap. You will regret it over time. If you don't have money to afford it, don't buy cheap. Save your money and buy a very good tripod and a very good cell phone mount. I have a cell phone mount. It's $100. It's all steel. It is not plastic. I tried plastic before. Does not work. And then right from
I got plastic cell phone mount with my old cell phone. It was fine. I used it my 70 millimeter telescope, and I had no problems with it whatsoever. It worked, and it came with telescope. It wasn't the most expensive thing, but it worked. And then I had a problem. I got a newer phone, which is slightly bigger, didn't fit in, especially with the case on it. Why not taking my case off? Because I'm clumsy. So it all depends on what you get, and if you know how to use it.
From that point on, that's when everything came together. Yes, Mike now can record the stars like this, and like here's my cell phone mount here. So this is I didn't realize I had it here. So this is my cell phone mount, 3-axis. You can go this way, that way. You can turn the knobs to adjust it. It's absolutely wonderful. You can adjust it in and out, tighten it up with it's fantastic cell phone mount for binoculars. If that thing could focus properly.
He doesn't realize that it's a singular focus. It doesn't focus close. It only has one focus, like mine. So if I hold mine close, it doesn't. Only has focus at a certain point. He doesn't realize that his camera won't focus in on stuff that's close up. Brand new camera, does he know?
So that's what I do. I rarely use my big binoculars because they're too ginormous and heavy. These weigh.
Pretty sure this is double check on. I'm sure. I don't. I've said that. I know I've said that, but it's just. I just clicked on the thing. There it is. Logitech themselves. Is it is fixed focus, yeah. So it doesn't focus in on stuff. It's fixed at one focus length. So it's just at infinity. That's all. So Mikey doesn't realize what he's bought.
10 pounds. These are 25 by 100s. If you want to see the firmament, you buy these.
You'll never see it with those because the firmament doesn't exist.
Because trust me, you will see it.
No, you won't, because it's fake.
The firmament is not far, guys. It is not far. Tell it to now.
How far is not far, Mikey? How far is that? That's not a measurement.
Okay, let me get with the chat here, guys. Like for the video on your channel. Yeah, just you gotta the last 2 or 3. There's one that I compare the firmament with the moon, almost exactly the same surface. I'm pretty sure that's where the moon came from. Who else is going to argue that?
Me, because he's wrong.
Nobody, because I'm the one doing the research.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to see his observations of the moon compared to my observations of the moon. So I don't know if Mike, you ever see this, but hold on here. Yeah, Mikey, let's see your observations of the moon, buddy. All right, here. He thinks he's got this thing on the moon, right? So Mikey Smith, I want to see your binoculars get that kind of detail of the moon. Go on. Because yeah, your binoculars, well, they look like they're decent binoculars. They're not going to have anything on what real people use, but they do this stuff. Oh, yeah, let's see. Because here we are. So your little binoculars have nothing on this. That why I used to get that shot there is I use this with the planetary camera attached to it. So your binoculars are going to hold a candle to this. This has got 307 times zoom. This is how we do astrophotography.
And putting the hours and hours and hours of time outside recording the stars and taking pictures. I want to eventually take a video of the firmament, hopefully sometime, but it is very easy to take pictures of it with Samsung Galaxy phones because it has night mode shot, and things appear.
Oh, really? That's funny because yeah, S24 Ultra, and I've never seen it from it once. And I've done astrophotography with this thing lots of times because it has an astrophotography setting on it. And you can do star trails and stuff with it, and all sorts. I've been using it for all sorts of stuff. I got pictures of the Milky Way galaxy and all sorts. So I can get Milky Way galaxy. I can get different star clusters and stuff with this, but I can't get something that's fake imaginary, which is the firmament.
Yes, Flat Fry. I am the real McCoy. I'm not here to lie. I'm here to tell you the truth and the honest truth. I am not going to present anything to you unless I can prove it myself, and I have recorded it myself. I don't like this is the only video I'm going to show you of this TikTok video. I don't even know why I'm going to show it. I hope it's right, because I've seen other videos of the sun moving behind a post. Like if my head was the sun, the post comes here and my head just literally blinks out. You don't even see the sun because there's some kind of editing failure. I don't know what it is, but
no, it's called a lens. The lens that big, a little tiny lens, and if a post is like that wide, blocks the whole lens. Not difficult.
Yeah, I'll show you.
And the sun's like what, a half an arc minute wide. Oh, like yeah.
Video here in a minute. That way, sky tracking mount. Yeah, so that brings up another point. There's been some suggestions of, hey, Mike, why are you recording the stars with binoculars? You need a telescope. And I'm just like, I know I need a telescope, but I ain't going to use it for the purposes that I'm doing right now. You cannot record an individual star with a telescope.
Really? So like you can't like do stuff like what? Right. So you can't do an individual star. Like that one. That's Mars. Individual star. Here is there's Jupiter. Looks like a star, but it's a planet. And the individual stars. Oh look, there's a recording of Venus. This is that's a video. Here. That's what it looks like. And that's me recording it. So I'll show you again. See the astro camera. See there's the Pleiades star constellation. If I want one of those stars, not a problem. I can zoom straight in on one of them. Not a problem. Here's another one. These are all observations I've done myself with my telescope and astrophotography and a planetary camera. There's another one. That one there is Uranus. Oh, I just got that one. And here's Jupiter with its moons. Now, because moons are dim to see, you have to overexpose Jupiter to see the moons. And then if you want to see Jupiter, you bring the exposure down. And then you can get Jupiter, but you can't see the moons anymore because they're too dim to see. So what you do you get them. You get Jupiter, where the blob was, Jupiter is, and you overlay the other image, and then you get Jupiter with the moons. That's how you get the moons and Jupiter from the ground-based telescope. This isn't a fake image. Those are all real images. This is all the real place where they are, all associated. I just took a pictures of Jupiter with the exposure turned down, then turn the exposure up, the exact same place right away, and took images of the moons. And then because there's a big blob where Jupiter is because it's overexposed, then I just took the blob and put Jupiter over top of its blob. Instead, then you get an image like that. Now, I actually do have, Mikey said you can't take pictures of individual stars. But I do have one here. Individual star with a telescope. There's no same star telescope. Individual star with a telescope. Why do you think his like binoculars, which are a lot less powerful, are going to not take pictures of stars individually? That's like stupid. Oh, come on.
You can't. The view is
Yes, you can.
Way too large. I don't want to see this much of the sky. I want to see that much of the sky.
Yeah, binoculars aren't going to do that. You're not going to have to zoom for that. Like it's not going to. It's not the way it works. A telescope, you have more optic that you can get a greater zoom with, and you get more field of vision, like more depth.
Sky, okay? Because I'm going to zoom in on an independent star, individual star. And eventually I'm going to get 2 stars in one picture in video. It will be happening on my next clear night, whenever that's going to be. It's been almost a year since my last clear night.
Dude, I got the whole freaking Pleiades star constellation, and that's actually it's well, because mine's zoomed in so much, that's about as much as I can really get. And if you look at it from ground, it looks like a star. But when it's zoomed in that much, it's like it's a star cluster.
That means seeing the Small Dipper. That does not mean no clouds in the sky. That doesn't mean anything to me. So, hey, Mike, there's no clouds in the sky. I don't care. There's too much moisture. The humidity level right now here, I will tell you. Oh, it's going down. It's 69%. It was 80% most of the week.
When they're talking about that, they're not talking about how much like moisture the air can carry. It's how much potential for that area. So it's 80% of the potential for the area he lives in is how much the humidity is. So if you're in some place like Hawaii or like Florida where the humidity is a lot higher, like 80% in where he is, where it's cold, and 80% in like Florida, 2 completely different fucking things. Really is. I've been in like, let's say I lived in Alberta growing up as a kid, but it's dry on the prairies, and you get like 80% humidity there. And then I went down when I was a kid, and we drove down to Florida for like a family vacation, and it was like walking into a freaking sauna. I mean, like it was bad. It was like muggy. I mean, I was not used to it. And then when you think, oh yeah, some rain is coming, some reprieve, it just got hotter and more muggier. It was like literally walking outside was like walking into a sauna, and I didn't think that was 100% humidity there. Yeah, but where I was from, it was dry. I mean, like you'd walk, 80%, 100% humidity, completely different because it's potential for that area of what that air can carry. But this is something that Mikey is completely unaware of. It is not the sharpest tool in the shed, like I said.
Okay, so I still need that humidity to go down in order to record the stars.
No, you don't. I live in the UK. It's a lot more like if you want to look at moisture like as a whole, a lot more here. I'm not too far from the coast, so my humidity here is quite high. I can record the stars no problem.
Clearly, not like as if they were in water, because they are not in water. They are stuck in the firmament. The water is above the firmament, not underneath, hovering here, like some people think. Oh boy,
This is one thing you'll find with flat Earth communities. They can't actually agree on fucking anything really. Some think the stars are above the firmament, some think it's below the firmament, some think there's waters above, some think there's no waters above, some don't even think there's a firmament at all. So there's no consistency because it's all made up. It's all just fantasies.
I have done a lot of work, guys. I have come a long ways in a very few years. People just do not want to represent me on YouTube because I'm too honest. I am showing people the actual stars. And
Yeah, no, he's not. He's probably showing the stars, but he's misrepresenting what they are.
And the firmament. I don't know what I'm taking pictures of. I know I'm taking pictures of the Milky Way, but there are some weird things happening in those pictures.
Yeah, because he's probably using the regular camera app on his phone, and he's using a pair of fucking binoculars. So, it's the wrong equipment. You want to really see it right, get the right. Like you said, get the proper right equipment. Buy yourself a telescope. Hell, buy one off freaking eBay or Facebook Marketplace. A used one that somebody's just lost interest in. Buy yourself a cheap Astro camera. I got the SV Bony SV205. It's the bigger one. You get the if you want get something cheap, get the SV105. It's only cheap. They're not very expensive, but they're okay. And for doing like planetary and some stars, and go and get yourself a laptop and then download the learn how to do it. Watch some YouTube videos, do some experimentation, download the software so that you can do it, so that you can actually stack it properly, because that's how you get the proper stuff. You just like take loads of images, put all the same images over top of each other to account for atmospheric disturbances and or clouds or anything like that. And then because as the atmosphere is moving around, they distort, but you'll get like one part here was good clear, or you get different parts that'll be clear, or you get one couple some shots that are clear, and you stack them up. And you can even do process a little bit where you clean up the image a bit. This is nothing, you're not manipulating anything. All you do is taking what's there, raw data, and you're just cleaning it up. And that's how you get these crystal clear images. And it's an art form. So something I'm still learning myself. In fact, it probably could have been out there tonight. There's actually a clear night tonight, but that'll be for another night.
I have to say it's the firmament, because there is a surface there that I'm taking pictures of in between the stars.
All right, now I'm interested. I have to check out and see what exactly he's showing there, because this is a little bit of a hobby of mine that I started doing this streaming here, but yeah, offset photography is another thing that I've been trying to do for about a year here and working at, and I think I'm getting okay at it.
With peaks and valleys, and it looks like I'm above the mountains, like 100 miles, taking pictures of the mountains.
What the fuck's he talking about, man? Now I'm a little bit intrigued. I want to see what he's looking at, because this sounds like a little shite that he's claiming is a firmament. I want to see what he's actually seeing. So I don't know if he's going to show it in this one here, but we'll have to check this out. I don't know. And now he's got me a little bit interested. What the hell is Mickey Smith looking at? Should I come back to this one? What the hell? Does he have anything? Can't see videos. I know some people are covering him, but now what he's on about. Well, let's see. What's he got here? Firmament part 2. That is a big sun in Antarctica. I'll go back to that. Where's his firmament? Firmament Milky Way. What we have here? There's not his piqued my interest a little bit. Let's hold on. Is he getting like he's doing long exposure Turn the music down a bit. Not gonna work with that. One, two. What's he claiming that the firmament? I don't understand what he's saying on the firmament. He's got different stars here. See how it's got all this. Like, there's no way I would get this with my telescope. I would get like this small bit here, if that, with my telescope. That's all I could freaking see. And he claims his binoculars are seeing like. There's no way I'd get this wide because my with my Astro camera, like if I was doing like optical, like just like looking through, I could probably see more. Yeah, probably it'd probably be bigger like this, but still, and then it'd be like this, just zoomed in, maybe a bit more than this, but it wouldn't be all this because I'd be too zoomed in. Or maybe if I had like my weakest eyepiece, yeah, I could probably see all of this, but that'd be about it. Hey, so about the peaks and valleys and stuff like that. Is he talking about the some of the refraction spikes off of the stars? That's just due because the atmosphere moving like that, it changes, it bends the light. The light kind of moves back and forth a bit. And this might be because look, some of the stars are actually a little bit elongated. So he's done longer exposure. That's what he's done. He's just done the exposure a little bit too long. So he's getting these elongated stars. See that all that there? Yeah. So and that that's due to. I don't know, Mike, if you ever see this, but that's due to the freaking motion of the Earth. That's the Earth rotating. And you're long enough because you're looking at such small points, you'll see the stars start to elongate and stretch, and that's due to the curvature. That's because of the motion of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth. I don't know what he's seeing. He sees like, look at that field of view. There's no way to get that. And even that's not even a freaking picture of the Milky Way. I don't even know if I can even bring mine up. Mine's like buried down my phone. Yeah, so this is what he's claiming, and he's seen the Milky Way. But she is kind of seen the Milky Way, but he's not getting long enough. Exposure. Where is it? I do have mine in here. Further back from that, it's not. Yeah. All right, so compare this here. Right. This Mikey Smith's, who claims is the Wait, I'll put this on here. I'm gonna show you an image that I got. You can see that there. Right. Let's see if I can somehow bring it up. Hold on here. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send a few of mine if I can. Did I not send that? All right. Right. So we're gonna send these images I did myself with my my S24 Ultra. Right. So all right. Yeah, I do. See that. All right, this could blow it up, but I don't want anybody to see my email, so let's do it the other way here. Okay. Right. So I'm gonna get some images here. Let's see if we can bring them up. All right. And there's only a few that I took myself. What are you doing? Just bear with me here. Let's try to see if we can get this to come up here. So let's see here. Just open up. Let's see if we can get it to come up here in window capture. Yeah. All right. Right, so I've just seen that there. So there you are. So this is what I got compared to what Mikey Smith thought. So I'll kind of show you here. If I just go back again. So Mikey Smith thinks he's getting something like this. Right? This is his captures of stars. If I show you what I have, this is a picture of the Milky Way that was shot in August of last year that I took myself with my own camera. Can I go on to the next one? I don't know if I can. It's not gonna let me. Oh wait. Oh, wrong way. Not that one. So this is another one here, just slightly different exposure. I think this is what Mikey Smith is trying to get. Now, what this is in here is that this is the this is like cosmic dust and different stuff in there. So, and a lot more stars. Because what we're seeing here is that on each end, this is the Milky Way galaxy. I don't know if I have another one. No. Okay. So here, so it's just slightly. So this is the our galaxy, the arm of our galaxy we're in, and then on each side it goes obviously dissipates further and further. Some of these are other galaxies, star clusters, other stuff off. What you're seeing there is from our precision is the Milky Way galaxy. So this is looking out towards the and you got the horizon there. Then if you go back, then this is looking straight up, and this is cosmic dust and different other stars, smaller, further away, and different clusters and stuff way off. Right. This is not a firmament. This is space. This outer space. Unfortunately, he's just not intelligent enough to realize what he's looking at. Let's crack on here. So, yeah, it's is that what he's claiming? With his little binoculars. What the hell? So this is what he thinks he's getting something. He's got some, yeah, he's getting some of that cosmic dust and stuff there. But this is, oh, I see what he's thinking. So he thinks he's seeing like mountains and peaks and stuff like that. And then what? And then it's like the stars are bits like shining. I have no idea. It's not even a very good picture. I mean, look at that. Compared to what I had, that's not even clear. That's not even close to clear. This is because he's using poor optics. He's thinking because it got big, but I bet you the lenses on that are just cheap. Bit of a star cluster there, but that's not even very good. Look at that. So that's what he's thinking he's getting. Well, simple man. So Mikey thought he was getting the firmament. It's not the firmament. That's this poor quality pictures of our arm of the Milky Way galaxy. And not even very good ones. But this for shits and giggles, let's look at number 2. I see you got Dude, is he actually alive now? Chromatic aberration. Chromatic aberration and P1000, P900.
Amazon Prime for that. We have
Why is everything highlighted?
some reviews from binoculars. Actual customer reviews showing pictures of them recording the moon with chromatic aberration. Just like me. I have recorded chromatic aberration. I know the differences, okay? A lot of you out there think I'm very stupid.
You are.
No, not stupid.
You are.
Very smart.
Not a clue. No, he doesn't have a clue.
So we're going to go with that. We'll present that. And then we'll work our way into the P900 in the wonderful P1000 videos. We will go to YouTube videos. We'll just dive right into it, guys. We're going to look at all the magnificent P900 and P1000 videos from all over the world, showing you what stars look like. And of course, none of these trolls, or I like to call them shitheads, do not question any of those videos out there with the P900 or the P1000 or even the P950, because people forget about that. I wouldn't be surprised, because they forget about a lot of things. They forget how to ask questions before they open their mouth. They have to ask themselves questions, okay? So we've got Steamy Traveler, roger that. Hanzo, Hard Earth, what's happening? Yeah, get him, Mikey. Well, I freaking will. Trust me. And I'm going to make a funny observation and statement. And this has happened before. And I need a second. I need to finish making my tea here. And I just need to put some cream in it. So just give me 1 minute here. We're going to have a good show, okay? As long as you know how to pay attention and listen. Not sure if anybody else knows how to do that, but we'll go with whatever works. Where's my spoon? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
I'm gonna dip out. I don't think I've been asked with this. I don't know how long I'll be on for. Anyways, let's go back to what he's done. Right?
To the mountains. It's crazy, man. I hope you have your vids and pics backed up. Yeah, that's yeah, that reminds me. Thank you. Yeah, I got to get that switched over sometime. Either that or 2 computers. But yeah, okay. We're gonna go over some pictures again quickly. But I do well here. Let's do the video first. Let's get the video over with. And then we'll go to the pictures, because I need to present this video. So this is a video of McToon coming out of the shed, one of their offices, whatever you want to call it, in Antarctica. And remember, south is not down. Stop saying down in Antarctica. No, the floor is down.
Hey, look at that. A flat earther actually fucking gets it. Every flat earther encounter goes, oh, people live underneath you, like down south. No, down towards the floor, up is towards the sky.
The ceiling is up, south is south.
See, at least Mikey knows that.
Antarctica is south. You should be saying up to Antarctica because it's the highest point.
Well, it's not. It's one of the higher continents, but it's not the highest point.
It's not down. No down. I'm not going down to California. No. You go downhill, downstairs. You go south or north or east or west. Stop saying down.
Well, at least he gets the fact that south is not down. There's no down, up or down on friggin' like when it comes to north and south, right? They've oriented the globe a certain way because the majority of the people live in the northern hemisphere, and just to have so for the majority of the people, they've just oriented it that way to have for continuity for people to think, okay, this for our brains to kind of have an image of the Earth. So you've done it like that, but they could have easily had it like that, right? Doesn't mean anything. It's not gonna make any difference. You could have had it like that. And in fact, some of the images from the Apollo missions were like this, and some were like that. Earthrise wasn't them coming up and over top, wasn't them coming like up and over like this to see the Earth. It actually is they came in from the side. As it came around, they seen the Earth suddenly come out from behind the moon like that. Because they're going around that way. They weren't going the moon up and down to come over the top. They came in and then they went around the moon like this. So, and then as it came around, and all they did is they just took that picture to make it look nicer. Instead of having with the Earth was like that, and then like the side, and having the moon like you only see half of it like that coming over like this. They just oriented it so that the moon is coming like over the horizon. It wasn't the horizon; it was off there. It was actually from their orientation. They're coming around to the side, but they just changed the moon. They just took the picture, flipped it 90 degrees. Mikey, your camera doesn't focus like that. It fixed focus. But so that's it. That little pole there. They think, ooh, how is it? It's not. It went behind a pole for a second. MC2, you addressed this because you went like to like a park somewhere where it had like a pole for a baseball diamond, and it showed the exact same thing. I could do it. I could possibly do it tomorrow. Depends. I live in the UK. There's always meaning at the sun.
We'll play it again.
You notice his hair is still lit up though? You notice how MC Tune's hair is still lit up? Because it's off the side, so it's still lighting his hair up here, but it's just the camera happens to be right lined up where that sun, but all this is still lit up here. Because this Flat Earth is coping so hard, just making up bullshit.
So yeah, I'm going to continue on with that presentation in another day or two when we have clear skies. I'm going outside doing that same experiment. All of us know that when the sun goes in behind a pole or a lamp post or telephone pole in the distance, that pole does not block the entire sun.
It didn't. MC Tune's hair was still lit up from the sun.
I will be doing that experiment because that's what I got to do. I have to provide proof of what I'm presenting to you and to disprove the video that we just watched. And of course, I will be showing you tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of pictures of the firmament and what actual stars look like. And for those of you watching right now, you need to tell everybody else you know and watch on YouTube so people get the idea that the P1000 garbage, at least to this point, until the sky is clear. Right, folks? Let's get back to
What's on about? What is the sky is clear of what? Oh, I think it means like moisture or something.
the live stream here. I've got lots of pictures in my real sun does none of that shit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the sun does not do that. Can't wait to see it. Yeah.
I wonder if I should go back into my thing. I've got nobody here in here, so I can just do whatever the hell I want. There's nobody's actually in my live chat. How the hell does he get people in his live chat and I don't? I was trying to think, do I go in with my other channel? I go into this channel. That's my other one. I think it's like adverts and stuff like that come up. Where am I? So what's I can do here? Live. Dude, I had it there. Hold on. Oh, I misspelled his name. Oh, come on. What's his name of his channel anyways? Horizontally, something or other. Okay. Bear with me. My keyboard, my computer is not a standard. All right, what does it call it again? He's been horizontally, something or other. Okay. Oh, there it is, horizontally. Up was the. There's no Drunk Debunks shows on, but I don't know if I want to jump on that or not.
moving in front of Pleiades. Did I say that right? P stands for programmed auto, only in your world. I'll just call it Pissant or Peter, Pittsburgh. Peas. Park. All right, and of course, where the hell did I miss? There's Ironworks in there, obviously. Keep pushing. So, okay, I thought I had, okay, I need to, oops, I was going to share my screen. Share screen. Now, we will be going to I've got the one picture over here somewhere. Where did I put it here? Oh. Okay, so this is my own picture, probably a screenshot from a video that I did of the moon with my binoculars. We will zoom in so you people out there can see the wonderful difference between what chromatic aberration is. For those of you who are not colorblind, you can see this green line coming down the side of the moon and eventually turning into a purple pinkish hue. Let me zoom in for those of you who have bad eyesight. This is chromatic aberration here, this purple line. Okay. Oops, and that's the firmament. But and this green line continuing up the moon. This is chromatic aberration, okay? Well, you can't look it up on Google. You get different freaking pictures that have nothing to do with this picture whatsoever. Again, chromatic aberration. And we will go, again, I need to find the picture that I put up. Did I even send it to myself yet? Let me just double check here my emails. I don't even know where that.
They've muted me because they don't like it. All I said is, you can look here. All I said was, the actual photography is of poor quality. I can get better on my S24 Ultra.
I didn't even send it to myself yet. What?
I said the moon is overexposed.
So yeah,
the moon is overexposed. Look at that.
The wonderful chromatic aberration that everybody likes to talk about. Not sure how this has to do anything with my stars whatsoever.
Chromatic aberration
Because,
is
again,
down to
there are multiple different stars that I have recorded.
Him having poor quality lenses on his binoculars.
And I will state this again.
I know this because I have
those of you who have trouble listening.
I have a telescope that is of like it's like not the best.
I've
quality.
recorded at least 5 or 6 different stars. I can do that in the same video, okay? I was not allowed to explain myself last time because I was rudely interrupted by whoever. Maybe it was the devil, maybe. Just give me 1 second here, guys. And then this is the one. Yeah, so I didn't email this to me. Okay, give me 1 second here. Email. Amazon chromatic. If I had Amazon app on my computer, I would bring it up in full, but we will look at the review. You can tell that it's an Amazon review. So yeah, what's going on here? Let's do this.
To see if they've
we'll just share the screen again.
Look at that. You've been placed in timeout by the owner of this video or a moderator. Edit and try again. Edit and try again. All I said
bring up the Amazon review from the actual.
I said, do you want to
very
compare?
Similar to my.
You want to compare pictures?
Binoculars. the more
You want to compare
extravagant
pictures of the
ones
stars?
because they basically tell
I
you
have a telescope
that
and an astro camera.
they are trying to get rid
That'll
of
show
the
you real
chromatic
pictures.
aberration with the more
And they've got me in
expensive
timeout.
binoculars, but it is still there. I will show you that in just a jiffy here. Oh, I went to downloads. That's right. Downloads. Where's the picture?
Yeah, they got me muted. Look at that. Freaking chicken shits, aren't they? Fucking hell. It's a good thing I'm live streaming this. Look at that. Freaking scared. See,
All right,
that's the thing.
retry.
I'm not even
retry,
being
retry.
horrible.
We're
All I
good,
said
we're
there
good
is
to
that
go.
binoculars are not very good for astrophotography.
I'll just
and they've
get
got me
with the
muted.
chat right now. I'll redo it, resend it. Maybe we can go through.
This is scared.
We got Dr. Bose in
Watch,
the
even try
chat.
this.
DJ
Let's
New
go high.
Moon.
Watch.
Mimsy B, first
Muted.
file, Mikey, top left
Scared.
today.
Scared.
What are we talking about? Colored fringing, where the different wavelengths are focused on the
I
sensor.
bet you on my
Yeah, okay.
other one.
Everybody's going to give me their folklore. Here, how about you do something, guys? Why don't you go outside? You know, see, like if you have a door to your house or your apartment, you're supposed to walk through it, go down the stairs, go outside, and record the shit yourself. And then come back and show me your pathetic garbage. Okay, we're going to get to that pathetic garbage in a minute. Let me see where that picture went. I'm going to try.
So they got me muted
here.
on I'm trying to do this.
Down. I thought I down.
I just realized I hadn't actually done that.
Maybe it went to pictures for some reason.
Yeah, it's still got me muted, I think.
I don't know what those people are doing out there, but it's
Can you say hi?
pissing.
All I said to him was that that binoculars are not very good for astrophotography.
Is it this one?
All I said to here.
No.
I also said I asked you want to compare pictures because I have a telescope and an astro camera, and they actually muted me when I said astrophotography
is the picture?
I see astrophotography is very poor quality. I can get better with an S24. And then I said the moon is overexposed, which the moon was overexposed, by the way. I don't know if I can even show you that, since they got me. There's this moon.
And I will state
like I said, the moon is overexposed. He was talking about aberration.
And eventually turning into a purple pinkish hue.
Is overexposed.
Let me zoom in
big time,
for
right?
those of you who have bad eyesight. This is chromatic aberration here, this purple line.
This is poor quality optics. Because he's using some cheap binoculars, which aren't designed for looking at stuff like this. And he's also got his his phone overexposed.
Oops, and that's the firmament. Right. And this green line continuing up the moon. This is chromatic aberration, okay? Well, you can't look it up on Google. You get different freaking pictures that have nothing to do with this picture whatsoever. Again, chromatic aberration. And we will go, again, I need to find the...
So I have a cheaper telescope. The first one I got, my wife got me about a year and a bit ago. And it's just a it's just like a cheaper reflector. Or not reflector, yeah, it's a reflector, sorry. Reflector telescope. It's not so the optics aren't like the best, right? It does all right. And I get stuff like this that I could do I got some videos where I've turned it down because I obviously realized it overexposed and got okay images before I really started getting astrophotography. I know what he's looking at. Wait, not gonna send something. I'm gonna show something quite similar to that. In my, see if I can find it here. Half moon. Where is it? More recent? No, maybe. I got a lot of pictures on my phone. So yeah, this is what he's showing here. Try to find pictures similar phase of the moon. That's what he's got. I try to show apples and apples. Right. This is probably actually very similar phases as well. So I'll send this one. So you can account for that stuff easily enough if you know what you're doing, right? And if you have decent optics as well. Try to see if I have anything more. Oh, what time is it? It's getting late here. I'm gonna have to go to bed soon. Try to find one more here. Oh, where are you? Oh. Yeah, I really shouldn't be doing the whole dead space thing. So yeah, he's talking shit. No, he's obviously muted me, so there's no point. I said, I wasn't even being horrible. Like I said, I literally just said, like, is astrophotography shite, which it is. I didn't even say shite. I just said it's not very good. Which I'm not lying. It wasn't. I'm gonna send this. I got one here. I'm gonna send. That's I think that's one of my old ones actually. So yeah, sure that is. That's my old telescope. So which does have chromatic aberration in it, and it's due to the fact of the optics. I don't know if I have any other. Yeah, okay, that'll do. So leave it there for now, since he's ruined my fun. Oh, right, yeah. So right, so guys, few images I've took easier than showing on my phone. No, that's not it. This one here. Yeah. I'll load that one up. I don't here in a second. Oh, okay. Hear that on here? Yes, I am. Okay. Right, those are for a music video going to coming up here. All right, so yeah. So here is a decent image of the moon, right? This is one I have done myself. This is with my camera, my telescope, and a little bit of processing. Now, as you can see here, the detail here. Now, I got no operation in this. So, send to the theme. I must have, yeah. I downloaded to the theme. I don't know if I have another one. Hold on. Okay. I must not have done that one. Oh, I did. I don't know where it's gone. All right, so, yeah. And there's another one there. So there's one there. And this is one that Mikey Smith kind of. Now, this is one with the my cheaper. I can't think of the brand of it, but it's like a 70 millimeter, 700 millimeter, like focal length, 70 millimeter reflector telescope, which is even better than what he has. And here you can see, if I show you the aberration, you got a bit of chromatic aberration here. You can see around the moon. That's just talking about, and that's down to the lens. The lenses aren't corrected for that. Right. This was done on a S20 FE camera, a phone. On a shot, right? Now, one thing is I didn't do though is I wasn't overexposing it. Like I said to him, he's overexposed the moon. He did, because you couldn't on his you couldn't see any detail here. You only see a little bit on the Terminator line, which would be like if on this image, this is all being overexposed and just there, and that's because it's a little dimmer in the Terminator line. Right. I think that this is a picture of part of the partial eclipse that we had in end of August around that time. And we only got partial eclipse in the UK, so that's what this is. And I was using my telescope, my cheaper telescope, because I just wanted to try it out. So Mikey Smith is on about. All right, so that's Is that his? Is that his? No. But like I said, you should see that one there. That is overexposed. The first one, and then if you see here, say now you can see how overexposed that is. I was right. He just doesn't want to admit it. I wonder if I'm still muted. Let's see what he's up to.
Again.
Yeah, I've been placed.
Send. What a wonderful day it is, right, guys? It's a wonderful day.
I'm not on timeout anymore.
Now let's make sure we download this right properly. Screenshot. Download.
Let's see what he's up to. At least it took me off mute now.
All right, guys. Here we go. This is fantastic. This is what we do on this damn channel. We talk about facts. We research the facts. And we rinse and we repeat. Okay. Reduced chromatic aberration of SkyMaster Pro. God, I am so good at what I do. You know what? I'm going to make a statement here in a minute, and it's going to be absolutely hilarious to me. And you'll understand why. All right. 2080 Vice normal SkyMaster Pro 20 by 80. Reviewed in Canada, the wonderful Canada country that we are. The wonderful rights and the beautiful healthcare we got here. So here, let's zoom in, shall we? You can still see a tiny, tiny bit of bluish, purplish light here. It is heavily reduced due to these very expensive binoculars, but there is still a bluish hue or light hue, sky blue light.
Also notice it's not overexposed, like I said.
Light trim around the moon here. You can see it. And I'm not sure if we can see, and then it looks almost green. It almost looks green yellow over here. That is chromatic aberration. It is highly reduced. It's very, very well done with these binoculars. But I've already got 2 sets of binoculars, and that's enough for me until I get the ginormous ones that I want at some point. So, yeah, here we have, again, the chromatic aberration. What would you say that would be? 50% less, maybe 60% less than it was before. So, again, the wonderful reduced chromatic aberration. Remember, the moon here has not been altered. It doesn't look like a triangle or a square or a rainbow of colors or 6 or 7 paint cans mixed together. This is chromatic aberration, folks. And again, it did not alter the moon in any way. It is still somewhat circle, if it is a circle, or a circle, not a sphere. Trigger, good to see you there. Jay Heighton, not bad, thanks. Oot, oot. Damn, I'm good, hey? And for those of you promoting my channel, like Reconnaissance and the wonderful 92,000 Works Iron is doing a wonderful job for me to help me get to Las Vegas, because this is what I do. I do factual information and I dig and dive for more. So let's get back here. I will be making my statement right now before we move on to the so we want to move on to the, we're going to go to videos of P900s and the highly sophisticated P1000. For those of you out there masturbating to their P1000s, I wish you luck.
That's funny they're using like the Flurf 1000.
I want
all
to
of them, like, are
make
in
a
love with that
statement
camera.
here. Let's go back
I
a
built
couple
the
of years,
P1100
maybe
soon,
3
so
years.
you know it's not like NASA's discontinued it.
Maybe
it's
more,
just that
3 or 4 years.
they are bringing out a updated.
I was
better
in this
one
boat
with
before.
New
I
software,
have my
same hardware,
P1000
same optics,
right
and
here.
everything else.
Okay, it's right here. You can see it. It's physical. It's not CGI. Listening and going on to McToon's live stream, which was a complete waste of time. But I did get a chance to think and think and think and think and think.
I bet you that hurt for him.
About what the Globies were saying about the videos and pictures of the stars, correct? They kept saying it was out of focus. And I'm like, it can't be out of focus. I'm using the camera as it's intended, and it's in focus when I'm recording it.
Not.
So it took some time to think about this. A lot of time thinking,
They're out of
a
focus.
lot of time
They were
investigating and going
too
through
long
different
exposure.
props,
long
like the hunting scopes that you hunt with deer, like to see deer in the distance. Trying that out, not liking it, at least at the time. Maybe I would know more about it now because I'm more advanced in my thought process in recording stars and the objects in the sky, and moving on through many monoscopes. Hello. These work if you need something cheap. They're 50, 60, 70 bucks, depending on which one you want. And so moving on from that, I go on to small binoculars, and then to my ginormous ones that are here. My other smaller ones are at the front door somewhere. Anyways, figuring all this out, because this is what I'm doing, right? I come out here to the country and I'm looking at the Milky Way through my friend's binoculars, which were like, I think 12 by 50 binoculars. And even at that size or magnification, I was excited. This is what got me going. I'm like, I need to know what is in that Milky Way, because I saw lights moving as if they owned the joint. Okay. And they were moving very, very swiftly through the sky. Okay. At least near or in the firmament. Very, very close to the stars. So that bothered me. I needed to figure this out. And I finally started buying all these objects here, these inanimate objects that I could use for recording the stars, because I'm thinking, well, if the P1000 isn't doing it, it's got this crazy, it's not even a good camera. It's point and shoot. Like, who cares? There's cameras that are out there 2 or 3 times more expensive than this, that are higher quality. This is not a good camera, guys. You need to understand that. Do the research. Go buy a camera worth some money. Put $3,000 into a camera, not $1,000, okay? And don't expect you to record a light with a piece of shit camera in the distance, when you can't even see through fog 200 feet in front of your face. I don't get it where people are going, okay? You're not thinking. You like the that. We kind of let's ask Mike 1,000 questions. Well, why don't you figure it out? I don't need to come over and wipe your ass for you. I'm pretty sure you know how to do that. Okay? I have figured it out that the camera sucks, at least at this point, and that there's humidity in the air, moisture, fog, rain, smoke, cow farts, car exhaust. I don't know what else is there, but there's stuff in the air preventing us from recording the stars clearly. November 29th, 2023. 6 months before that, I record the star Sirius the first time. November 29th was the second. And then I move into January 2024 to record Orion's Belt and a few other stars. Those were the 3 nights out of the almost 2 years. But I guess for those of you who know how cell phone cameras work and P1000s work and binoculars work and telescopes work,
so apparently this fellow here,
magical people out there who are
Lightning 300 MI, thinks that
knowing how these devices
my,
work. Why don't you go
my
out and
Australia
do it
video
yourself
where I show that Australia
and show me what the stars look
north
like?
to south, east to west. The flights
And remember,
only differ
it's going
north
to
to south.
take
I think are
hundreds of
15,
hours
20
to
minutes
do that.
shorter than east to west. But on the Gleason's
So I
map,
will sit here for the next
Australia
year
is really thin
waiting
and really,
for
really wide,
you
and also
to show me
shows
what
it's
the
bigger than the
stars
United
look
States.
like.
But empirically and
And I will
demonstrably
tell
proven
you
that
that it's
Australia is
chromatic
not
aberration.
wider than the United
It's out
States
of
of America.
focus.
And
Do you
it's,
know
in
how
fact,
to
it's
use your
less.
phone camera
Australia,
properly?
United States,
Maybe your
2,500
hair,
miles.
maybe your ponytails are too tight.
Width, like from east to west. And Australia is 2,000 miles.
Maybe
east
your
to west.
balls are inverted. I don't know.
So yeah,
I
they're
don't
trying
know
to
what your
prove
problems
that.
are. I have figured out my problems, and now I'm recording stars as they are. You're not. NASA's not. No space agency is. No astronomer company is doing it, because I'm telling them I'm recording stars as videos. They are very, very confused on when I say that. So let's move on to the P900 piece of shit videos. I'm very sorry I have to do this, but it'll give us a chance to cry. And then when we watch the P1000 videos, we can cry some more. Yes, Trigger. Thank you. And Kate, that's not my statement. I totally forgot about my statement. I was talking about McToon and the Globies. You trolls and you people questioning what I'm doing, stop suggesting for me to change my camera settings on my phone. Stop suggesting for me to use different binoculars or figure out how to use them properly, because it's going to come back and bite you in the ass. Don't give me any good ideas. It will destroy you. This is why I have learned to listen, and this is why I'm producing real videos of stars. Because the Globies are telling me what to do, and I listen to them, and I recorded real stars. So go ahead and tell me do you have it on manual focus or automatic? Did you change your settings in your phone, Mike? Do you even know how to use a cell phone? No, I'm from fucking 1642. Like, what the hell's the matter with people? Do you know how to flush your toilet? Do I need to come show you how? You push down on the lever, not up. Ding. Anyways, this is why I'm not stupid. I have figured it out. I don't follow behind everybody's footsteps. I create my own.
Cognitive dissonance.
Okay,
this man possesses is
you'll never meet another guy like me ever. I'm very different. Okay, I do things different. I don't care what other people have their opinions are. It's just an opinion. I'll give you an example. When you're at your buddy's place and you're having this heated discussion on the football team that has no care in the world for you personally, but you have a vendetta on the team, on how special they are, and how much yards they run per game. Oh, you guys are
I'm not seeing anything horrible. If you're out of focus and
I don't know what that
does. You can tell by the
it does absolutely nothing. They don't care about you. It's only a freaking game. Okay? They don't pay your taxes. They don't pay your mortgage. So stop watching sports.
Look at this. He's freaking muted me again. This guy here that said shit and then driven and taken the train. I have. I was trying to right back to him, and he's fucking muted me again. Little freaking dickhead. Look at that. See, this is the fact. This is flat earthers at a freaking T. They don't want pushback. They can't hack it. They can't handle it. I was going to ask for citations, and he's just freaking muted me. I freaking kind of copy. Is there anything with this? Damn it, I want to see if I can copy that, but I don't know if I can. I'm so used to being on the phone. I haven't done stuff like this on the computer, so. Yeah, I need to hit the hay here soon. It doesn't really matter anyway. It's not like I actually want to push back in like that, so. Still got me muted. Not bad.
And quit being so damn. At least that's what you. Now, for those of you giving me suggestions on how to do some adjustments on my phone, I thank you very much, because I'm going to get rid of this bright light next time I record Venus, and I'll get even a better picture. So thank you for being such a
Venus,
bad
I can show you a
troll.
better picture of Venus I've actually done myself. In fact, I posted up a video of it on my channel. Once again, it's overexposed. In fact, I showed you. I showed a video of Venus actually on my phone on this live stream. So yeah. Yeah. Crap. He's talking shit. Look at that. That's just Venus. In and out of focus. Exactly, yeah. Always showing the P1000, yeah. You have to have a manual focus. You do. You have to have it.
So
because The sensor
Okay,
will
what did
not
I
pick
do
up
here? I
on it. You
wanna
have to
listen
have
to
manual
myself.
focus. I have an SLR camera, and I've actually shown I can do these exact ones, these pictures, but you have to have manual focus, and then you have to have it in short exposure times. You can't have longer. You can't have the shutter long shutter speed because it just wipes. The whole thing smudges because of the motion of the earth, or even the motion of the camera like this. I have a video of this where I show it where I have an old DLSR, and I actually show pictures I got with that, and I've even gotten better now because I've realized a few settings.
And then again, so seeing that it's almost like the moon, this green, yes, I would agree that this green circle could be chromatic aberration, but that has nothing to do with the rest of Venus. Okay? Chromatic aberration possible? Yes. But it's not turning this into a triangle or a rainbow color effect or whatever the heck you want to describe it as, okay? I want to know what the purpose of this egg look like shape thing is, if that's what it is. When I go to Vegas, I will be able to confirm 1,000% what Vega or Venus is. Sorry. The other one we need to do is Vegas.
I still got me muted. Yeah, he's not muted me now.
I'm good. That's all I can say is I'm good. Okay, so let's get this image in our heads and we'll go back to Vega from the P900. Okay, so you see that you got the center power source, the frequency on the bottom, frequency on the top. Again, this night was not 100% clear because of why, people? Humidity levels. Yes, they were probably lower that day, that night, to produce this wonderful looking star, Vega. Vega. And so let's go back to the wonderful P900 bullshit.
All right, so I'm gonna call it good. All right. All right, folks. Well, you know what? It is like 20 after 2 in the morning here. I have put in a freaking long stream here. This is going to be a monster one. But yeah, so there's a few different people there. I might have to look at that one for that fella there that's just looking at there. I'll keep that up on there. But I mean, he's got 14 videos. So they look like they're all BS, and one's like 20 seconds long. I try and take a temperature of the sun with like a like a thermal thermometer, like a digital thermometer. Yeah, okay. That's Mikey Smith shit that freaking doesn't work. Is dumb. But so I understand these flat earthers. They think, oh, we're pushing anything. Nobody's doing that because they're stupid, right? Nobody's doing that. And the whole like I've done the only because flat earthers have said they can do this and have proved them wrong is the moonlight's cold, right? Moonlight's colder, in the moonlight than in the shadows, and I proved that wrong. I've done observations like that and proved that completely wrong. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. Because the moon is reflecting the sunlight. So, but light doesn't carry, the light reflecting, it's going to have such a little effect. It really was. It was like maybe half a degree, if that. And it's light. It's not carrying a lot of heat, right? It's like the sun, a reflection. If you put like a flame on a mirror, you're not gonna like walk up to the mirror and feel heat off the flame. It's not gonna. It's a reflection, right? It's a reflection. All it is just light. It's just photons, right? But don't have a lot of energy. Photons have no mass. They don't have a lot of energy. Right? It's everything else it carries, right? The sun, what gives the some of the radiation and stuff off of it, is what helps warm us up, right? But the light itself is just light. I have a ring light above me right now. There's no heat from that. Like it's LEDs, right? They project heat, light, but no heat. But the incandescent bulbs, one thing about them, are so inefficient, is that when they made light, they used light by creating heat, and they had heat energy, and that's why they get hot, and that's really inefficient. Or now you can get the same amount of energy for a LED, for 3 watts worth of power, and you get like 20 watts worth of energy from it. And it's because you're losing a lot less in heat energy from heat of the energy, so you can consume less energy and get the same amount of light out of it. Let's see, LEDs may have a tiny bit warmth because they're going to lose some energy to heat loss, but it's much more efficient. So but yeah, that's about it. So yeah, KiNG NiCO, and